Dr. Harmon, can you hear us? Okay.
Can you go down to your bottom left-hand corner of your screen and where you see the microphone and check that and maybe try to check microphone settings?
Try that. Are you able to hear me now with this?
There we go. We got you.
Great.
Right. Mrs. Harmon, or is it Dr. Harmon?
Dr. Harmon.
Dr. Harmon, if you would please raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Adams, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Harmon, Harman.
And where are you currently working and what is your title?
I am an associate professor of psychology at Colorado State University.
Dr. Harmon, what schools do you have degrees from and what are they in?
I have 2 master's degrees in psychological counseling from Teachers College, Columbia University. And I have a master's and then a PhD in social psychology from the University of Connecticut. I received that in 2005. And that same year, I obtained my academic position at Colorado State University.
Are you currently teaching any college courses?
Yes. Yeah. This semester, I'm teaching a graduate course on social psychology.
Okay. And are you currently engaged in any research projects?
Yes, many. It's an expected part of my job at a Research One university, which Research One universities have the highest productivity of research across all different classifications of universities. And so the majority of my evaluations and other things are based on the research that I do. And so, for example, right now I'm working on, I'd say, at least 4 or 5 independent research projects, not including my projects that I supervise for my graduate students.
Could you please explain your area of professional expertise?
My area of expertise has always been on the study of close relationships and intimate partner influence and power. And over the last 10 years, my focus of my research has been exclusively on parental alienation. I do publish in other areas with other collaborators, like my students. So sometimes I have publications in other areas, but my research is on parental alienation.
And do you know how many books or articles have you authored on parental alienation?
I've authored about a dozen so far in the last few years. I think about 8 or 9 peer-reviewed articles. I've published a book, several book chapters. I have another one under review right now. But yeah, and I have invited papers and a book chapter that was just accepted. So I don't know, I've lost track, but over a dozen just on this topic alone.
Sure. Dr. Harmon, how would you help the court better understand parental alienation and what they might want to do about it?
Well, I guess I don't know the specifics of this case, but I'd like to, if given the opportunity, I can explain what we know about the problem and how we differentiate parental alienation from other forms of family violence, and just kind of help clarify kind of what to look for, identify ways to prevent it from getting worse if it is a problem. And I'm happy to answer any questions too about the research and what we know.
Your Honor, pursuant to Texas Rule of Evidence 702, we tender that Dr. Harmon is an expert witness and should be allowed to testify as such in this case.
Well, Judge, I'm going to renew my objection. I don't think it's relevant. She may be reliable, but I don't think it's relevant to what we're talking about today. You're making a decision based on the testimony and facts you've heard, and I think it's been stated in their designation that the only thing she's here to do is talk about parental alienation. she hasn't met any of the parties. She hasn't done a report. She's not a forensic or clinical psychologist. She doesn't do custody evaluations. So at the very least, it's not relevant. It's really not a good time savings here. You've heard the facts. I think you can make a decision based on the facts you've heard. So we're going to object to her testifying on that. But if you let her testify, I am going to ask that you keep her to the very strict basis of just talking about kind of in a professorial kind of area of just talking about what she's here to testify to today, subject to cross-examination.
Ms. Kern?
Judge, I echo Mr. Haston's objection with regard to relevance, with regard to the fact that not necessarily this doctor's qualifications as a professor from an education perspective, but the relevance as to how it relates to this specific case without forensics, without a parental custody evaluation, without the, just to speak in general, to provide knowledge about parental alienation, I don't necessarily think is relevant based on the facts that we've heard or the facts that we're going to hear. I believe that the court is familiar enough with parental alienation in general to be able to make a decision on the merits of the case.
Response,
The court's going to find that she can testify as an expert. I will take the relevance objections as they come in her testimony. Mr. Adams, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to direct the witness's attention to what has been marked as petitioner's P37. Dr. Harmon, do you know what this is?
Yes, this was a book that was just published in April of 2020.
And specifically, do you know what this chapter is?
Yeah, that's a chapter that I co-authored with Dr. Mandy Mathewson, who's a clinical psychologist down at University of Tasmania.
Based on your professional experience and knowledge, is everything contained in this chapter true and accurate?
Yes, I don't publish anything unless it's verified by scientific support.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, at this time, we would offer petitioners P37 into evidence pursuant to Texas Rule 803-18.
So are you, I guess you're, sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to talk over you. So I guess it's being offered as like a learned treatise, is that right? A peer-reviewed article?
That's Texas Rule of Evidence 803-18.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Judge, I am going to object to it because I think it's irrelevant. She's about to testify to the same things that are in that book. I don't think we should have an addition. It's cumulative evidence. It's either the book or her, one or the other.
Response, Your Honor?
May?
The bottom line here is that she's not going to testify to every word that's in the article. Otherwise, that would take up too much time. The reason we're admitting it into evidence is because it's accurate and the court can consider it. I'm imagining the court's not going to want to take this case under advisement, but if it did, it at least would have this as a resource to refer to. And whether it's redundant or not doesn't mean it shouldn't be entered into evidence. Also needs to be part of the record.
Judge, if I may respond.
May?
That's okay, Judge. I'll just let you make your ruling. I know you want to move on.
No, if you have an additional objection, Mr. Hassan, I'm not, I'll take the objection. Just let me know what you wanted to add.
Well, the other thing I want to add is that I don't believe this qualifies as a learned treatise. Something like Prosser on torts, that is an educational tool that's been vetted over and over and over, and people learn from it, is one thing. This is much like a CLE article that somebody's written based on research they've done on other people's articles. And it's to say that everything in it is true. True how? True based on what she's pulled from other people's articles or maybe some empirical studies she's done. So I don't think it's relevant, and I don't think it's the same thing as what we would call a learned treatise. I'm going to object on that basis.
The objections to P37 or P37 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Harmon? Hold on. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It looks like there's someone trying to enter the waiting room. Should we admit them, Your Honor?
It's a lady that's a witness on a 12. I had a hearing I couldn't finish this morning.
Oh.
So I had to take Judge Hepard's docket. It's a long story, but so I'm going to hear something at 12 o'clock during my lunch
Yeah.
hour.
Sorry, Your Honor. Okay. Dr. Harmon, what is parental alienation?
Parental alienation refers to it's a mental condition in the child where the child aligns with a parent, which is sometimes called the preferred parent or the alienating parent, and then rejects or refuses to have a relationship with their other parent for unjustified reasons.
What is the 5-factor model?
The 5-factor model was developed as an assessment tool or like a framework in which to help differentiate cases where there's parental alienation versus other kinds of family conflict, like loyalty conflicts or estrangement. And the model is built and based on the empirical evidence that's accumulated over the last 35 years on parental alienation. And so the 5-factor model helps, if you find evidence of all 5 factors in a case, then you can conclude that alienation is likely occurring, and you can rule out alternative hypotheses using those factors. And so it's been used widely now as a way to determine in cases where there's alienation. And that's actually the book, the chapter that was just admitted into evidence is based on factor 4 of that model.
Please explain factor 4, Doctor.
Factor 4 relates to behaviors that a parent does. There are patterns of behaviors that a parent does over time that undermine and harm the relationship between the child and the other parent. And again, to be considered, no parent's perfect. So in order to be considered an alienating behavior, this is where we look to patterns over time. And we look to see whether or not, there's certain, clusters of different types of behaviors that parents do that have been identified in the research literature. And then those are related then to associated with long-term outcomes of the child's rejection of a parent.
What are some common things that you've seen in your research or work that mothers do when they want to alienate fathers?
Well, first, let me preface that I don't find gender differences in my research on who alienates children. It's kind of a misconception of parental alienation, and I've conducted population-based studies using representative samples, and we do not find gender differences. Where we do find gender differences, though, is in how men and women use alienating behaviors, just like we find gender differences in other kinds of aggression that I've studied. For example, men and women just abuse differently, right? They engage in abusive behaviors differently. Men are much more direct and kind of confronting in their abuse. Women are generally more indirect in the way that they use aggression. And so we find that with parental alienating behaviors as well, that women use twice as many indirect behaviors as men. This is a paper we published back in 2019. And this is based on interviews that we've conducted with alienated parents, as well as reviews of appellate court cases where the behaviors were described in the cases. And fathers tend to use similar amounts of both types of behaviors. And so when we're talking about indirect behaviors, we're talking about like bad mouthing and derogation, kind of like gossiping and, destroying the reputation of a parent. Trying to use loyalty-inducing behaviors to get a child to align with the parent. And those can be very subtle, like guilt, making the child feel guilty for expressing any affection or withholding love and affection when the child expresses wanting to see the other parent. And so there can be very subtle, and fathers do them too when they're alienating a child, but they tend to use just as many more direct aggression, like more confrontations at parenting time exchanges and things like that.
What do you think, what are you concerned about when you hear that a parent has been married and divorced multiple times in terms of parental alienation?
Objection, relevance.
Response, Your Honor?
Well, you may
Dr.
answer.
Sorry, it cut out. I didn't hear what the decision was.
Overruled. You may answer that question.
Okay. Well, there's been some research looking at characteristics of parents who alienate their children or who are more likely to be people who alienate their children. And, you know, I'm not sure exactly the multiple marriages, that could be any type of person, right? However, there are certain characteristics and traits that have been identified, such as personality disorders, and unresolved trauma from someone's past. So if the person has a lot of unresolved trauma or alienation happened in their family of origin, we do find that there is an intergenerational transmission of these behaviors. So if it had been modeled for them by a parent or they had experienced it themselves, then when they divorce or remarry, you can see that pattern play out again in their own life, because that's sort of what is normal, right? Or what was modeled. And so depending upon how those relationships resolved, if there's children in those relationships and other things where there's alienation occurring, you know, I've worked on several cases where that's happened, where a parent has alienated their children from multiple marriages. And, you know, those patterns you can see over time in those relationships are kind of can help identify whether there are concerns that alienation could occur again.
You talked earlier about unresolved trauma. Is your research indicate anything about the types of trauma or if childhood sexual trauma is worse than other types?
Yes, and in most of the studies that have looked at that in the parental alienation work have looked at when allegations of sexual abuse or child abuse have been made. Not all cases of where parental alienation is raised as a concern have allegations of abuse. In fact, in a appellate study that we just did last December, we just published, we found that less than half the cases even had an allegation of abuse. But when they do, and there's an allegation of abuse, and there's frequent, what we sometimes find is that when there's frequent allegations of abuse that are consistently found to be false or unsubstantiated, clinicians and other people have reported in the scientific literature, that there's oftentimes unresolved trauma in that parent's past where they're projecting onto their child their own experience of having been abused. And they're trying to protect the child from this abuse that they're perceiving, but is not there, right? And so now it's very difficult to study that topic because it's hard to find samples that you can really generalize from. And so a lot of those samples are coming from clinical reports and other things that of people who've worked with these families. And so it's not obviously definitive, but there is substantial kind of documentation that this occurs in some families where there's been a lot of allegations of abuse and the children have been alienated.
Dr. Harmon, what is gatekeeping behavior?
Gatekeeping behaviors are one of the many different types of alienating behaviors that parents do to try to undermine the relationship. So Baker and Darnell back in 2007 published a paper where they identified 17 different categories. And so gatekeeping behaviors are one of them. And these are, in fact, there's a whole scientific literature even just on that alone without even looking at it from a parental alienation perspective. There's a lot of research documenting how parents will interfere with parenting time. So for example, they will try to restrict communication, restrict contact and visitation. They will not relay messages to the child when a parent calls. They will move away, or even in really severe cases, abduct the child to prevent all contact. And so they range in a lot of different kinds of behaviors, but essentially the goal of those behaviors is to try to minimize contact with the child and kind of serve as this intermediary who controls that contact, like the gatekeeper, which is why it's called that.
What would the effect be if a parent is engaging in gatekeeping behavior and then they were made the primary custodian of a child?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this time.
What concerns would you have if a parent was engaging in gatekeeping behaviors with young children, say under the age of 8 years old?
Well, we know that quality parenting time is really important in order to maintain an attachment with a parent. And so when that's minimized, it's more and more difficult for a parent to maintain a quality relationship. And this is independent of any other behaviors that might happen, right? And so we know, for example, outcomes for children, even after divorce, even when there's high conflict, are better the more proportionate the parenting time is. And then if a parent starts to lose that parenting time and the attachment starts to kind of suffer because of undermining behaviors that a parent would do, that unequal time allows parents who maybe have proclivities or are leaning to try to undermine that relationship to get more power and more control in that relationship, then that time in the sole care of them can create an environment where parental alienation is more likely to occur. And so it's not necessarily the cause of it, but again, an alienating behavior needs to be clusters of behaviors over time. So one behavior in and of itself won't necessarily cause that. But if a situation is created where a parent has sole custody and all control over access, all control over communication, and abuses that control, and then the other parent's relationship starts to suffer, then that can easily develop and kind of snowball into a problem.
Dr. Harmon, your literature talks about parentification. Can you explain that for us?
Parentification is part of the cluster of behaviors of these loyalty-inducing behaviors that I kind of briefly described earlier. And this is where when the relationship between the two parents ends or they separate, oftentimes when there's alienation occurring in the family, the child will be, especially an older child, will be elevated to almost the status of the other parent in the family. And so they're often told very inappropriate information that should only be shared with adults, especially teenagers that are kind of treated like an adult, told information that they shouldn't know, even if they are an adult. It's information that's probably between the two parents. And so the child essentially kind of starts to take care of the needs of the alienating parent in that case. So like they become the parent to them, and then the child also then starts to parent other siblings because the family system is broken and the power in parental alienation cases, the power dynamic becomes imbalanced. It's not like this is very different than in a loyalty conflict family where both parents still have positive relationships with the children and the kids just feel like they're stuck in the middle, like being pulled in all directions, and they're trying to maintain a relationship with both parents. That's a very different dynamic than parental alienation, where a child's aligned with a parent and rejects another parent. And so when you have that happen, the power dynamic is really imbalanced because the rejected parent loses all their authority, right? They can't oftentimes discipline without being accused of being abusive. They can't, do normal range parenting skills without being rejected by a child. If they took their phone away to punish them, the kid says they never want to see them again, right? So the power becomes really imbalanced because you have one parent who has all control in really severe cases, and the child is treated like an adult. So it's sometimes interchangeably called adultification. And then when the child starts to take on kind of this parenting role of siblings in place of the rejected parent, that's what we call parentification.
There's a statement in your chapter writing that we admitted that says that alienating parents will justify their behavior by claiming they are simply acting to protect their child from the real abuser, and that the child's rejection of the alienated parent is that parent's fault. Can you please explain that?
So in the chapter, we classified, there's a lot of ways you can classify parental alienating behaviors. And in that chapter, we classified it using the Duluth model, the power and control wheel, which is used to categorize abusive behaviors, because there's increasing scientific consensus that parental alienation is another form of family violence, just like domestic violence. It combines domestic violence and child abuse. In the severe cases, okay, not talking mild, but in the more severe cases, it's seen that way. And so one of when you look to the domestic violence literature, scientific literature, they talk about how abusive parents or abusive individuals will often deny that they're abusive, right? They blame everybody else. They blame stress at work. They blame, behaviors of the other person. They blame, other things rather than the real problem, right? And we find that often in parental alienation as well. Parents who are alienating their children will, like, for example, if they engage in gatekeeping behaviors and other behaviors, they'll say that they're doing it to protect them from a parent who has not been found to actually have been abusive, right? Or it's just based on concerns about abuse that haven't been supported or found. And so rather than using the court or other places or other administrative systems to protect the child, the parent will take it upon themselves to do that. And then that in and of itself becomes an alienating behavior. Because if there was legitimate abuse, then there are systems in place to protect children, right? And there's ways to do that without having to alienate a child and make a child hate a parent. Because that part is the abusive part. It's important to protect children from abuse, clearly. Nobody wants children to be hurt, right? Nobody wants that. But when a claim is made that isn't supported, and then other behaviors are used to try to turn a child against a parent and make the child feel like that parent didn't love them, doesn't care for them, that's the psychological abuse part, where the child is led to feel like they've been abandoned. And then the child feels so angry and hurt by that because it's a narrative that's promoted and not discouraged, which can often happen when there's sole custody arrangements and there's a lot of conflict. Kids already blame themselves when there's a divorce, right? And they often blame themselves for things because developmentally they're very egocentric. They cannot see beyond their own emotions and their own perspective. And so when a parent fosters that belief in the child, it's very damaging. And so it's very important for a healthy parent to ensure that after divorce, the child knows that they were not abandoned, knows that parent still loves them, and that there's actions taken to preserve that and to maintain it and show proof of that. And when a parent doesn't do that, and then claims of abuse are made and other things, and the kid starts to feel like they're in danger when they're with that parent, that's where it really that's where the alienation can really escalate for the child, right? Because they've internalized this fear of this parent. Not sure if I fully answered your question, but
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Another thing that your literature talked about was that some parents who have been alienated sometimes act out and sometimes do so in ways that could look like alienation. Can you please explain that?
So when we look to domestic, like I mentioned, this parental alienating behaviors are not just child abuse, but they're domestic violence. Because I'd like to believe that I don't think parents intentionally abuse their children, right? It's a lot of the behaviors are designed to really hurt the other parent. And so we know from the domestic violence literature that there's two types of domestic abuse. One of them is kind of commonly known as battery, right? Or intimate terrorism, where you have one person who has a lot of control and power and uses patterns of abuse over time to control and coercive. It's now kind of more the term is coercively controlling abuse, or intimate terrorism is another word for it. but that's one particular type of abuse. The other type is what we call situational couple violence. And this is like where people are using aggression and other things as a means to an end. It's not a strategy to just control and dominate somebody. It's usually through frustration and trying to get one's way. They'll use violence or aggression in order to stop a fight, or to get the person to shut up, right? Because they can't manage their anger. And those are very different power dynamics. Okay. And so one, is where you have a very powerful person and then you have a less powerful person. The other is where you have two people of similar types of power using aggression to try to resolve a conflict, right? And with parental alienation, what we find is that there is this very big power difference that happens when the child aligns with a parent and the other parent becomes essentially their authority becomes undermined. And then as a result, this parent, when you have somebody who has less power, their behavioral choices become restricted, right? They have fewer options. And it's very frustrating as victims of domestic violence, terrorism. You can see, even though it's not a syndrome that's in the DSM, you have battered wife syndrome, right? There's like this even within the last year, there's been 3 papers published, scientific studies looking at the impact of alienation on parents who've been targets. In my research, I find that almost 40% who've been moderately to severely alienated have considered suicide in the last year. Sorry, I cannot pronounce her last name, but Mandy Mathewson, my colleague, she published a paper with a colleague where 23% of their sample had tried to kill themselves in the last year and there's financial stress, there's depression and anxiety that I find in my research on population-based studies is very stressful to be the target of abuse as anybody, right? And so a lot of times when a parent is in that situation, they're being attacked or accused of things, it's hard not to respond, right, to protect oneself. And this is where victims of other kinds of abuse are sometimes blamed, like because they're using self-defense or they're acting out of aggression or out of frustration. But if you don't understand the power dynamic that's happening, and you could tell usually by the patterns of abuse and things that have happened in that family, then it's easy to say, like, cherry pick one behavior of that parent and say, look, they're reciprocating, right? When it might be, if you're looking at this pattern of abuse, if that's what's happening, that one incident is not indicative of the power dynamic, right? And so we often have to look at the, not just pattern, but is it proactive or reactive aggression, right? Usually an alienating parent is engaging a lot more proactive aggression. Dr. Rick Warshak has even published about, he cites that, the behaviors of the alienated parent are not reciprocated because the power imbalance makes it impossible or very difficult to reciprocate, even if you wanted to. And so oftentimes it becomes a blame the victim kind of situation, where a parent who is being alienated is accused of causing what's happening, because a lot of times the behaviors are taken out of context. And I'm a social psychologist where that's what we do. We look at everything in context. If you try to isolate one thing and try to make a determination on it, you can't. It actually does a violence to understanding what is happening. You have to look at the context and the power, the interdependence of everybody in that context. And so that's why I study power, and that's why I think it's very important, especially in the context of parental alienation, to really understand how structurally, especially custody arrangements and other things, can change the dynamics of power. Who makes decisions for the children changes the dynamics of the power. And if you have a parent who doesn't, who misuses that power, it can really hurt children, right, and hurt the family. So it's really important to prevent that from happening.
Just a few more questions. Your writing also talks about if parental alienation is occurring, it says that it is paramount to ensure that the child or children have ample time with the targeted parent. Can you please explain why that's important?
Like I mentioned before, maintaining an attachment requires time, right? Quality time with a parent. And so when there's, one of the strategies for intervention, particularly in mild and moderate cases of alienation, which I haven't really talked about severity, but I can if you want me to expand on that. But in mild or in moderate cases, it's really imperative to protect that parenting time, because when that starts to get eroded, then there's not a lot of time for that child to experience the parent in ways that might counteract the influence of another parent who's maybe trying to undermine that relationship, right? It can kind of serve as a buffer, or the child's lived experience can be different. So if a child's being led to believe that this parent abandoned them, and yet then when they go to spend time with this parent, it's clear that this parent is still there and present and taking care of their needs and is attentive to them. This provides other information for the child that maybe what they're being influenced to believe isn't matching their experience. Now, in more severe cases, it becomes harder to do that because the children start to deny those experiences, because they psychologically split and they begin to really hate the parent. And no matter what they do, they don't see the positive. But in the milder and moderate cases, it's so imperative to protect that time because it can help. If there is a concern that alienation is going on, that protected time is essential.
One statistic I saw cited in your research said that over 90% of nearly 1,000 cases reviewed said that simply making an environmental modification to custody and minimizing contact with the abusive parent is enough to improve the psychosocial functioning, educational, and physical problems of the child. Can you explain that for me?
Yes, that's based on a study that was conducted by two sociologists, Clowar and Rivlin. It was published in a book by the American Bar Association. They reviewed court cases where there had been brainwashing and the child had been influenced to hate another parent. It's called Children Held Hostage is the name of the book. And in their review, which they published one book and then they did an updated review where they brought their case review up to 1,000 cases. In those cases, just simply changing parenting time and increasing their time with a parent who the child had been rejecting improved outcomes, right? And that's even without therapeutic intervention because that quality time is so important. And a lot of times the children, when they looked at the children's responses to those structural changes, they said that there's no way that they would have come to a conclusion that that parent was safe on their own. That had to have happened, that a third party stepped in and said, there's no reason why you can't have a relationship with this parent. This parent is not outside of the normal range of parenting, right? They're a healthy, normal parent. There's no reason why you shouldn't have a relationship with this parent. And so by stepping in and ensuring that happens, that the child is able to have that relationship, it conveys a message to the child that they are safe and that they should have a relationship with them.
Just so I understand you correctly, Doctor, it sounds like you're saying that one of the most effective ways to deal with parental alienation, if it's occurring, is increased physical contact with the alienated parent. Is that correct?
That's one strategy, but obviously that alone isn't going to do it, right? Yeah, the behaviors have to stop. Otherwise, it's, I use the analogy, it's like treating an alcoholic in a bar, right? Unless like you take away the alcohol, right? Or you take away the thing that is that's abusive, it's the child's going to constantly be, in a state of stress and tension because it puts, unfortunately, the child in this really difficult position where they have the quality time with the parent and they love them and they're opening themselves up to maintain this relationship to them. But yet when they go home, if alienation is happening, they can't openly express those feelings, right? They have to essentially compartmentalize and pretend like they're living two different lives, which a lot of divorced kids do anyway, because it's just easier to cope that way with the stress. But with an alienation case, it's more extreme. because the child has to essentially deny their feelings when they're with the parent who doesn't want them to have this relationship. And over time, this is where it gets more severe. The kid just, the stress of that makes them just say, you know what, it's just easier for me to cut off my feelings for this parent. And then they have a psychological split that occurs. And this is where it's evident. And then it's manifested in what we call this lack of ambivalence, where they demonize the parent, that, you know, they hate them because they think that they rejected them. They're awful, they're dangerous. And then they idealize the other parent because they've aligned with them. And that's really tragic when that happens. And so the quality of parenting time is important, but the alienating behaviors that can kind of keep fostering that have to also cease. Otherwise, the kid is still, you know, they feel like they're going to betray that parent if they start to have positive feelings for the other parent, right? It feels like a betrayal, and so then the kid, then to cope with that, they engage in more rejection and resistance of that parent that's causing that they aren't supposed to like.
Thank you, Dr. Arnold. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Heston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me find you on the screen, Dr. Oh, hi, Dr. Harmon. Hi. Nothing personal about the objection earlier. Nice to meet you, and thank you for your time today. I wanted to. I'm just going to have a few questions for you. Are you familiar with Dr. Richard Warshak?
Yes.
Out of Dallas, and do you recognize him as being an expert on the topic of parental alienation? Not maybe as much as you, but similar.
He's been doing it longer than me, I would say. He knows more than me. I'm actually collaborating with him on a paper right now. So. Okay,
so you would agree with probably a lot of the things he has to say about parental alienation.
Correct.
One of the things that I just off the top is, in order to have parental alienation, there has to be, didn't you say there has to be a rejection or signs of rejection of a parent?
Well, that's one of the factors. So as I mentioned, there's a 5-factor model. I didn't describe all of them, but I can quickly just go over them. Like, first is, are there signs of rejection and refusal of contact? And it needs to be persistent and frequent. And that's different than estrangement, where it's not persistent and frequent. You could see signs of rejection, but it's not this constant rejection, right? And then the second factor is, was there previously a good relationship with the child and the alienated parent, meaning that there was an attachment there to begin with that has been disrupted. The third factor is there absence of abuse and neglect? The fourth one are the behaviors that I've spent a lot of time talking about. And then the fifth one, are there multiple manifestations of alienation symptoms, which we tend to find now in the research that they're more unique to alienated children than children who've been abused in other ways.
Could you repeat that last one for me? Multiple manifestations?
Yeah, so these are the 8 manifestations of parental alienation. So in mild cases, you won't see all 8, right? You won't even maybe see a few you'll start to see signs of it. It's just more when it gets to moderate and severe stages, that's when you start to see the manifestations happen. And so these manifestations are things such as this lack of ambivalence that I described, where the child starts to psychologically split and really hate the parent that, they're rejecting. And then they idealize the other parent. So you see this polarization of attitudes.
Okay.
Then you see the child engaging in a lot of campaign of denigration, where they tell everybody how much they don't like this parent. They'll spread of animosity, where they will not just dislike that parent, but they'll dislike anybody associated with them, which you don't see with abused children. Children have been abused in other ways. You don't really see them hating the whole extended family and grandparents and everybody. You might see some blaming and other things, but you don't see flat out, I never want to see you. Right?
Okay.
And so there's a few other things like borrowed scenarios where the kid will start to repeat statements that the alienating parent is saying and adopt them as their own. They'll use borrowed language. So the fifth factor, essentially, in more moderate to severe cases, which we want to prevent from happening, right? You'll see more manifestations of that. So it's
And-
when you see all five. So rejection alone isn't an indication of alienation. You have to see these other factors.
Can a person who alleges, have you seen in your research and studies a person who alleges that one parent is exhibiting alienating behaviors is actually the person who is doing the alienating themselves? Is that common?
Sometimes, I mean, so I think what happens is there's a lot of, and I write about this in my work, and Rick Warshak has published about this too. Like, there's a lot of misunderstandings about what parental alienation is. So sometimes people will say, well, I can't get in touch with my kids today, so I'm being alienated, right? And this is where it's really important to be very clear for the court and everybody who's involved to be clear about what we're talking about, right? And you don't need a psychologist to diagnose alienations going on or anything like that. Because
Can I stop you there? I want to ask you a couple of questions. You said that a parent says, I didn't get to see my kids today, so I'm being alienated. So if a parent says the other parent moved away to another city, therefore I'm being alienated, that's not alienating. That's not alienating behavior necessarily, right?
Well, again, the way we define alienating behavior is you look at that in combination with other things. So if there are other behaviors and other patterns in conjunction with that, that would fuel that perception.
But in order for there to be alienation, you actually have to see signs of alienation, correct?
Right. So
If
you
a child
can be exposed to alienating behaviors, but it doesn't necessarily.
objection non-responsive. After yes.
Sustained.
I'm going to try to just kind of zip through a few of these things because I think we just have today for the rest of this hearing, and I haven't even gotten to put my side of the case on yet. But going back to my question, if a child is not acting in an alienated, is not rejecting a parent, we can't have alienation, correct?
Right. It means the child isn't alienated yet. Yes.
Okay. And if a child is screaming and crying and having a fit at a parental exchange, could that be a sign of alienation by the other parent?
Could be a lot of things.
Okay, but that's one thing. It could be that, right?
Could be.
But it could also be separation anxiety, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that one parent's a bad parent or the other parent's a bad parent.
Right.
Change that scenario for a minute, that if the children have been with the parent for 3 hours in a car before the handover, and then the child has a screaming fit and screaming about not wanting to go, could that also be a sign of alienating behavior by the parent who was first driving with them?
I wouldn't say that's a sign of alienating behavior. You're describing an outcome in the child. Like you're describing a transition problems with a child, and I don't know what happened before that, right? Again, out of context, it's hard to answer that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If a child says, mommy is leaving daddy, if a child says that to a parent, is that a sign that the other parent is using alienating behavior?
It's problematic. You have to look at that with other things, right? Again,
how about a child says, mommy, how about if a child says mommy's been married 4 times and daddy's only been married once? Is that a sign that maybe the other parent is saying inappropriate things at the very least to the child?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't know where the kid would have gotten the information, but it's possible. Yes. If depending on the age of the kid and what they've been told.
What if a child has always called their parent mommy or daddy, but then begins calling them by their first name?
That's considered, symbolic contact or an interference with that.
And the things that I've been talking, that would be kind of that borrowed language that you were talking about, right? They're starting to say things that you'd hear it come out of the other person's mouth.
The previous examples, the latter one is one that's used to try to what we call limit symbolic contact. That's something that actually Dr. Rick Warshak has written about, is changing names or having a kid refer to the other parent by their first name or things like that.
So I'm looking at an article by Dr. Warshak right now, and one of the things he says is a child is not alienated when the child's hostility and apparent rejection is one of 5 things. And it sounds kind of like the things that you were just talking about. I want to see if you agree with these. Number one is if the behavior is temporary and short-lived rather than chronic. Is that right? That's one of them.
Yes.
Another thing to look at is whether the behavior is occasional rather than frequent.
Right.
Another one is if the behavior, the rejecting behavior of a child occurs only in certain situations.
Yes.
And that it coexists with expressions of genuine love and affection.
Yes.
And then lastly, it's a child's not alienated when the child is directing the behavior at both parents.
Right. Correct.
So it quite often the child's behavior could actually be just because of the stress of the breakup or the things they witness the parents say and do to each other, right?
Correct. And it could be a loyalty conflict, right? You know, the hard part with mild cases of alienation, if that's what's happening, is that the child doesn't consistently reject, right? You don't see all the manifestations. And so this is where when prevention is difficult because, you know, you don't know early on if it is a loyalty conflict or has the potential to be an alienation thing. We're learning more. In fact, I'm collaborating with some folks down in actually the Houston area where we're looking at mild and moderate cases because.
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I asked another question. And Dr. Warshak says that wrongly invoking the parental alienation label does a disservice to families in which a child is truly truly alienated. It contributes to skepticism about the concept of parental alienation. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
And you
want me to expand on that?
And do you agree that there has to be evidence that the child is rejecting a parent before we can even talk about alienation? There has to be evidence of that.
Right.
There has to be somebody has to get on the stand and say, these are the things that are happening to me with my child that I think show alienation by my spouse.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
No, I'm asking her a medical. You can answer, ma'am. Doctor.
Well, your question kind of supposes that the behaviors themselves aren't abusive. I mean, the alienating behaviors themselves, even if they don't result in the alienation of a child, are still very abusive.
Okay.
So I think, you know, I mean.
Okay, let me ask you this then. So if we're going to talk about behaviors, would are you there? I think maybe she froze.
We have a witness that's frozen, so we're going to go off the record for a second while we work on this issue. Dr. Harmon, you may want to exit and come back in, see if that resolves it. Hopefully this works.
Thought we were actually doing pretty good till then.
All right, I apologize. Okay, my internet dropped.
Great.
No problem.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, I'm back.
Back on the record, we're going to pick up where we left off. We've got Dr. Harmon back with us. We're on the cross-examination. Mr. Haston, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So talking about alienating behavior, would an alienating behavior be one where a parent takes the children around the house with them and takes down every picture of the other parent in the house?
That can fall under what we call symbolic, that's limiting symbolic contact.
I pass witness, Judge.
Kern?
Judge, in the interest of time, I have nothing for this witness.
Any redirect, Mr. Adams?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Haston just asked you about symbolic contact and a parent taking a child around a home to take pictures down off the walls. Earlier, I heard you mention that sometimes an alienated parent might lash out. Is it possible that a parent might do that because they're being alienated and lashing out?
Yeah, so coping is very difficult, like I mentioned before, for parents who've been alienated. And it tends to, especially early on when it's happening right away, like in the context of divorce and people are worried about custody and everything. And so they don't always act perfectly, right? Nobody's perfect. And so, and I know that this is where it's really difficult early on, or when you're trying to figure out what's going on in a family, you got to kind of look at these patterns of behaviors. And is this a reactionary response? Or is this part of a larger pattern of behaviors over time to hurt the relationship? And so if it's reactionary, yeah, parents, a lot of times parents will act, ways they normally wouldn't when they're grieving or when they're being, feel perceived harm and things. But it's when it would to be considered an alienating behavior, it has to meet that other definition where it's patterned over time with intent to hurt the relationship. And so in and of themselves, you would not consider something an alienating behavior unless it met that definition. Otherwise, we would just consider it just, bad choices and bad responses or poor choices to the situation. But most parents make mistakes, and it doesn't alienate a child, right? In my research with prevalence, we find about 22 million adults are moderately to severely feel like or are the targets of behaviors where they're not reciprocating. But only about 3.4 million children are moderately to severely alienated. And so it tells us not all kids become alienated, but it doesn't mean that the abusive behaviors aren't stressful, right? They're hurting the parent who's the target of them. It affects their parenting skills and their ability to parent. And it also affects the children who are kind of stuck in this position where they're, rejecting a parent or trying to maintain relationships with both parents and being influenced heavily by a parent to not have a good relationship.
Thank you, Doctor. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Haston?
I have just a couple of questions. In your research, or have you read any research with regard to alienating behavior or to PAS, parental alienation syndrome, where people with certain mental health disorders or signs of certain mental health disorders would be more prone to alienating behaviors than others?
There were two papers published over the last few years looking at the MMPI and the use of the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory to differentiate parents who engage in more alienating behaviors than others. And what they find is that tend to be kind of have more narcissistic traits, borderline, more personnel access to disorders. But not everybody who has those disorders engages in alienating behaviors, right?
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. No more questions, Judge.
Ms. Kern, anything further from this witness?
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Harmon. I appreciate you coming in today. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Adams, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we rest.
All right, the petitioner has rested. Mr. Haston, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. I would call Teresa Nelson, the respondent. Ms. Nelson, Teresa, you've already been sworn, and I know the judge knows your name, but for the record, please state your full name.
Teresa Nelson.
Okay, and make sure, if we were having problems with Mr. Nelson yesterday with keeping his voice up, make sure you try to keep your voice up during this because the judge is recording it on his end. And I'm going to take a moment here to get over to my notes. Here we go. Where do you currently reside?
In Amarillo, Texas with my parents.
Okay, and what are your parents' names?
Lynn Ray and Sherry Key.
Okay, and is this the first time you've lived with your parents as an adult?
No.
When else have you lived with your parents as an adult?
I moved back in with my parents short term whenever Bo and I separated in December of 2012. Bo moved in with my parents for about 3 months while we were working on the marriage and trying to find a home in Amarillo. And then again, we lived with my parents in December of 2018 until February of 2019, whenever we were also in the middle of trying to find a house when we moved back to Amarillo to the Bushland area.
And during that time, during the times that Bo was during those times that Bo was living with you in the home for those longer periods of time, did he get along well with your parents?
No.
But y'all were able to still find some peace and harmony in the house. Is that true?
Yes, we tried.
All right. Now, just for some record keeping purposes here, your respondent's exhibit number 1 is your summary of requested relief on temporary orders, correct?
Yes.
And this is, if you were going to testify, in order to save time, instead of just reading this all to the court, I'm just going to refer the court to that. And that is essentially what you're asking the court to do in this case. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that you're asking is that you being named either the sole managing conservator of the children or the joint managing conservator with what we call the 153.132 rights and exercise those exclusively. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would actually be fine with a joint managing conservatorship, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Your main concern isn't it? Excuse me, that you have the right to make the decisions about the children's welfare in this case.
Yes.
Now, is that the reason for that? Because you want to keep your husband out of these decisions?
No.
Is it because you want to somehow limit his access to his children and decision making about his children?
No.
Historically, who has been the primary decision maker for all medical decisions for your children?
I have been.
Historically, who has been the person that made all the psychiatric and psychological decisions for your children?
I have been.
And historically, who has found the schools and made the educational decisions for your children?
Mostly me, because Aniston's only a first grader. So with my older 2 children.
All right. And in making the decisions you've made, have you always kept your husband up to date and aware of what's going on with the kids with all their medical conditions?
Yes.
And before you make any significant decisions, other than emergency decisions, have you ever made any significant decisions health-wise about your kids without first consulting your husband?
No.
So if there was a way for the judge to make it a ruling that you can't make any significant invasive physical decisions about your children, then you would be willing to have something that says, after first consulting in good faith with your husband, or something to that extent.
Yes.
You don't have a problem with that, do you?
No.
And when it comes to educational decisions, what is your concern about having joint decision-making with the other parent on things such as education?
Just the fact that we likely will not agree.
And if you can't agree, where does that leave you?
Stuck.
Okay. And since you've historically been the person who has made those decisions, are you asking the court to allow you to be the one to make those, but you don't mind any ruling that says that you have to first consult with Mr. Nelson?
No.
And when it comes to psychiatric and psychological, have your children ever had any counseling or therapy?
5 sessions, yes.
Okay. Was that, when was that?
It was in late summer.
And did your husband know, excuse me, did you let your husband know about it?
No,
Did you tell him afterwards that they had had counseling?
yes.
Okay. Why didn't you tell him beforehand that they were going to have counseling?
We weren't talking, and every conversation that we had was leading to very huge arguments. He had just run with the children, and so our conversations and communication were not ideal at that time.
And when you say he had just run with the children, was that referring to that incident where you were supposed to meet him to pick him up about halfway in between, and he decided to turn around and go back to Houston with them?
Yes.
While we're on that topic, can you tell us what happened?
On July 19th, well, actually on July 18th, I had asked him several times where we were going to meet on Sunday, and he wouldn't tell me. And so on July 19th, I further pressed him about when and where we were going to meet, and he kept changing the location between Burleson and Decatur. And I was driving on an unfamiliar road, and so I had my maps up and was trying to navigate where I was going. And Bo started calling me incessantly and texting me. And I didn't feel safe answering the phone or texting him while I was driving and trying to get to where we were going. I knew that I was ahead of him time-wise if we were going to meet in Decatur. And when I arrived in Decatur, I picked up the phone and I called him and I said, I have arrived at the location that you stated that we were going to meet at last, and I've made it here safely and I can talk on the phone now. And he said, too late, I'm turning around with the kids and you're not getting them back.
And so what did he do after that?
He continued to converse with me on the phone and refused to stop after I begged him multiple times to please stop, to please let me have the kids back.
And there weren't any orders in place at this time, correct?
No.
And this, I mean, this was not long after the ruling, I think, on the plea abatement, right?
This was actually before the divorce was even even proposed. Or
oh, you're right. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I had it backwards. This was during the summer when the two of you. This is what. Excuse me. I'm all over the place. This was one of the things that led up to each of you filing your suits for divorce shortly thereafter, around August 7th, that we talked about, 7th to 8th, I think, talked about yesterday. Correct?
yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustain.
So when you, after you were continuing to converse, where did the children end up?
Back in Fulshire with their dad.
And where did you end up?
Back in Fulshire.
And you went and stayed in the house?
I immediately started.
Objection. Just please answer yes or no. You went and stayed in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And you were there from the 19th until the 28th?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Judge, this is a lot of this was repeated from yesterday's testimony. I'm just trying to speed things up.
I understand, but it is, I'm going to allow a little leading because we're on time constraints in areas where you're transitioning or you're laying a predicate or you're asking for a requested relief. But in these areas where we're dealing with topics where there might be two different perspectives on what happened, I am going to sustain the leading. So it's the objection to leading is sustained.
Okay. How long were you in Fulshire after the 19th?
Until July 28th.
Why did you stay so long?
I was trying to figure out what I needed to do. I was trying to figure out how to proceed with the great fear of him running with my children on July 19th. He asked me to stay so that he could see the children in the evenings when he got off of work. And I allowed him to do that for those days. And he also asked me to go to Florida on a trip that he had planned for himself so that we could talk about how to proceed.
Did you end up going on that trip?
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was July 24th through the 26th.
And what was the outcome of that trip?
Incredibly unsuccessful.
Okay, getting back to our summary of requested relief. I know we're asking for sole managing conservatorship, but joint managing conservatorship is fine, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled.
One of the things you're asking for is that Mr. Nelson, that there be an injunction against Mr. Nelson drinking before or during periods of time that he has the children. Can you tell us why you think that injunction is important to have?
Yes, Bo's drinking has progressively increased, especially in 2020 with COVID lockdowns and the stress that it caused him. He was away for about a 6-week period, and whenever he returned at the end of April, his drinking had increased to 3 to 4 drinks per night. On Bryston's birthday on December 30th, he sent me a video of Bryston, them singing happy birthday to Bryston and Bryston blowing out his candles. And in the background, you see big bottles of liquor in the background on top of the refrigerator. And you can see, I don't know what they're called. The things that you go have filled up at breweries, you can see them in the background. And it just hurt my heart that they turned Bryston's birthday into a drinking celebration.
When you were living with Mr. Nelson, did he have a drinking problem?
He drank daily.
And did he drink to the point of inebriation daily?
Not always, no.
But when he did drink, did he get inebriated on what? How often did he get drunk?
I can think of probably 10 times where he was drunk to the point where he either vomited or was very abusive to me.
And that was in what time frame?
That ranged between 2011 and 2020.
And when Mr. Nelson gets drunk, is he a nice drunk or is he a mean drunk?
Whenever he is beginning to become intoxicated, he's giggly and goofy at first, but it quickly turns to anger and aggression the longer and more he drinks.
And have your children witnessed it?
Yes.
How many occasions?
Well, anytime Bo drank at home, the kids were there.
Did he take out his anger on the children when he was drinking?
Yes.
How often did that happen?
Anytime they got on his nerves or he lost.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Anytime that he lost his patience with them, anytime that he grew tired of them jumping on him or picking on him and that sort of thing.
Did that happen only when he was drunk, or did that happen when he was also sober?
Oh, it also happened whenever he was sober.
He said yesterday that he just kind of like tapped your daughter on the side of the head. Was that an accurate description of that situation?
No, it wasn't.
Can you tell us what happened in that situation, in your opinion?
He backhanded her in the face more than once. And it was always out of anger.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Same.
Listen to my question, Teresa.
Okay.
On that occasion, tell us what happened on that occasion.
I do not remember where we were at, but Aniston did in fact have some very serious side effects from a medication that the doctors prescribed for her newly diagnosed asthma. I wasn't aware of the side effects originally, but I started seeing very increased changes in her behavior and her personality. And as soon as we recognized what was going on, we stopped the medication and she normalized very quickly. But in the meantime, she had many aggressive outbursts, and Bo used it as just an opportunity of saying that she was, insubordinate or disrespectful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Teresa.
Listen carefully to your lawyer's question. He's asking about this particular incident.
I understand that you're trying to get a backstory, but let's move on. So are you saying that in this incident, she was still showing those behaviors?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened?
She latched out at me and had said some unkind and disrespectful things to me. And Bo took it that she was being disrespectful. And so he just hit her like this upside the head to stop her in her tracks.
And what did you do about that?
Well, number one, it was in public. And so I said, please do not abuse her or spank her or hit her in public. And I said, calm down. Let's, see what's going on before we just hit her.
And is this the only time that Mr. Nelson ever hit either of these two children on or about the head?
No.
How frequently has he hit them on or about the head?
More than a handful of times. I mean, it's been over the last 9 years, a significant amount.
Has his method of hitting the kids like this, is this something that has been an ongoing area of concern and problems between the two of you?
Yes.
And have you asked him to not do that?
Yes.
What was his response?
Basically, his house, his rules. He will discipline the kids as he sees fit without with or without my support.
Now, yesterday you heard him talking about that he had told you he controlled the temperature in the house when he was at work. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you say that your husband is let me just ask this. How has he treated you in your marriage?
Poorly in regards to that.
Okay. And so are you saying it's control?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So how does what if you had to put a word to the way your husband has treated you during this marriage, what would that word be?
Controlling.
And one of the ways that he's controlled you, did you just mention that? Was that the thermostat?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
From the minute we got married, there was confinements on the ability to control the thermostat and the lights. He would buy the temperature controlled things on the wall where he had them linked to his phone. And so he would set the parameters for his comfort level while he was in the home. And then he would have the parameters changed from the hours that he was gone. And so during that time frame, if it was wintertime, we set in a cold, dark house. And if it was summertime, we set in a hot, dark house.
And did you try to talk to him about this and how that affected you and how it made you feel?
Countless times.
But did it do any good?
It started to get better, but overall, no.
What was another way that he controlled you?
He controlled me with the finances.
Explain that.
I never saw my paycheck when I worked PRN at the beginning of our marriage. I've never had anything to do with the child support. He says that he puts it into the children's college fund, but I have no evidence of that because I do not have links or access to any of the financial accounts. I have to document off of every receipt, an itemized list of what I bought and how much it cost. Those are the big things that I can think of as far as the financial aspects of it.
Did he ever tell you that he had to keep you on a tight leash?
Yes.
Do you think you're an animal that needs to be trained?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not leading.
Sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear that. Did you sustain that objection?
Objection sustained.
How else have you been controlled by your husband during the marriage?
I have an Apple Watch, and my husband set up with via Find Friends to be notified whenever I left the house. I really, the only outings that I ever had away from the home was whenever I would go to the grocery store. He didn't enjoy watching the children, and if I was gone for more than an hour, he was requesting that I return because he was done watching them. If I ever did go anywhere to see, my family or visit my daughter in college, he made me feel so guilty about going that it was hard to enjoy my time. He would call and text me incessantly, and if I didn't respond, I was in trouble. He made my time away absolutely miserable to the point where it wasn't even enjoyable that I would go visit my family. And I think his entire purpose was to try to isolate me from my family so that he could have more control over me.
Now, you testified, we heard from Dr. Harmon earlier about alienating behavior. When you were in the home with your husband or when you were on the phone with your husband, have you heard him say things to your children that, based on what she said, would, in your layperson's opinion, seem to you to be alienating statements?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay. Also, conclusion the witness isn't qualified to give.
Well, I'm asking, I'm sorry, Judge, what?
Response?
Yeah, first of all, well, I'm sorry, what was the objection? First of all, I'm asking her as a layman, and I think all laymen know the word alienation or alienating behavior. They're not asking her for a medical or diagnosis of him. I'm asking for her based on, as a person who sees behavior like that, she can identify it from her perspective. She could be cross-examined about it. Secondly, I don't remember what the other objection was. Oh,
Let me answer that.
all right. So tell us, ma'am, what things that you've heard him say to the children that you feel are alienating.
The kids are constantly telling me that Daddy says Mommy
Objection,
doesn't.
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Okay.
Yes. And don't, he's not asking what the kids tell you. He's asking what you've heard your husband say to the children.
Yeah, Teresa, I asked
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood the question.
Have you been, during your marriage, has your husband said things that you feel are alienating things to your children during your marriage while you're present?
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not understand that question.
Okay. That's all right. Go ahead.
Rephrase the question, because I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean by alienate. I mean, during the marriage.
I'll rephrase the question so we
Okay.
can move on. Has your husband said things to your children during the marriage that you felt were made to make you look like a bad mommy?
Okay, that makes more sense. Yes. The criticisms came at me
Objection,
daily.
Your Honor, the answer would call for speculation. I'm not sure how she's supposed to know what his words were intended to make her feel.
Overruled. Let me answer that.
He would say things like, Daddy does it better. Daddy cooks better than you do, than Mommy does. Do you like Daddy's goulash better than Mommy's goulash? Daddy plays with you whenever Mommy needs to take a nap. He says things like, Daddy goes to work every day and brings home a paycheck. What does Mommy do? Mommy doesn't have a job. Daddy does. Mommy doesn't bring home a paycheck, so she doesn't get to spend money. Daddy brings home the paycheck. Daddy's the one that paid for this meal, not Mommy. Mommy used Daddy's credit card. So those are the kind of behaviors that are the kinds of things that he said to my children.
We also heard yesterday that Mr. Nelson was saying that you spent too much money and there was clothes in the closet that still had tags on them. Can you tell us where you primarily shopped for clothing?
Either at consignment stores or clearance deals.
All right. And that was for you and the children, correct?
Yes.
Why consignment stores and clearance deals?
Because I was on such a tight budget.
And who gave you the budget?
Bo.
And who controlled the money?
Bo.
Are you saying you didn't even have access to the checking account?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Did you have access to the checking account?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And was there ever, how much?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Hassan. I didn't hear the answer because first she said that she wasn't linked to any of the accounts, but did you have access? I didn't hear your answer to the joint checking account.
I had a set of checks in my purse.
Okay. But you didn't ever know how much money was in the account.
No, I didn't have any passwords or access to the account information.
If you ever violated the budget, what happened?
I was reprimanded, I was put down, I was belittled, I was talked down to.
During the pendency of this case, you've had access to a credit card. Is that true?
Yes,
Other than that, Mr. Nelson hasn't given you any money, correct?
correct.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
God's sakes, Judge, it'll take all day if I can't just establish a few things. Fine. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
It's okay. I just have to do it the slow way. During the pendency of this case, have you had access to bank accounts?
I have had a joint credit card,
Okay. Which credit card was that?
the Chase Visa that he referred to yesterday.
Do you have access to the credit card statements?
No,
So do you get to see what he charges then?
he gave me access to what
Objection, just please.
Yes.
And how do you get to do that?
he gave me access to a Mint app where I can look and see the spending that occurs on the Chase credit card.
Okay, so that is the one thing you can see.
Yes,
About how much, other than attorney's fees, about how much do you spend on that credit card each month?
I haven't broken it down to a dollar figure, but I use it for gas, for traveling. I use it for
Objection.
food.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
I use it for gas for the traveling. I use it for oil changes for traveling. I use it for food for the children. I use it for clothing and supplies for the children.
And has he complained during the pendency of the case to you about the use of the credit card?
Yes.
What has he told you?
He has threatened to cancel the credit card on numerous occasions. He's threatened to cut me off. He complains that he's still paying for my shit. He's constantly badgering me about it.
But you've been paying your attorney's fees with that credit card, have you not?
Yes,
Has he been paying his attorney's fees with that credit card as well?
yes,
Are you asking one of the things you're asking the court to do in this case is order your husband to pay me interim attorney's fees? Is that true?
yes.
Other than that credit card and your job, do you have access to any community assets?
No,
Let's switch to your job for a minute. We talked yesterday, I talked to Mr. Nelson yesterday about, well, let me ask you this. Did you and your husband have a fight that we have a recording of?
yes.
And when was that fight?
It was in December of 2019.
What were y'all fighting about?
Bo was angry that I purchased a $200 bedroom suit for our son Bryston to refinish.
A $200 bedroom suit?
Yes,
And that's what led to the fight?
yes,
And did you record y'all's arguments?
I did.
Why did you record the arguments?
Because I didn't think anybody would believe me otherwise.
And we'll come back to that in just a minute. But right now, I'm going to play for you R14, which is the recording of the fight that you just discussed. Tell us one more time. When did you say it was December of 2019?
December of 2019.
Okay.
You don't make it down.
Judge, does that come through that way, or do I need to do it through share? Can you hear it okay?
I hear it just fine.
Okay, I'm now playing, for the record, respondents number 14.
You don't make it down. You got an RN. You keep renewing your license.
Well, of course I'm gonna renew my license. Every year, 2 years, I'm gonna renew my license.
So stop spending money on it. You don't plan on doing anything with it.
I'm not gonna stop getting my RN license, period.
And figure out a way to pay for it.
$75? I'm sure I can.
Okay,
Okay,
then do it.
seriously? This is you not standing up and being a husband. This is you not standing up and being a godly man. Whenever you sit here and throw in my face that I don't make a dime, when I stay home with our kids because you go play every weekend, I don't want to hear it.
I haven't been planning. I haven't flipping had my boat out since May. You know what?
So what?
Fuck you.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I haven't had that boat out since
It
May.
doesn't matter. It
So
does.
suck my dick.
Really? Really? Does that make you feel good to talk to me like that? Seriously?
You talk to me like shit all the
I
time.
have not talked to you like shit. No, I have not.
Yes, you have.
No, I
I'm
haven't.
so sick and tired of you.
You've gone hunting, you've gone fishing, you've gone out, you
I
go.
went hunting with my dad and my brother.
Okay,
Holy
but that's
shit.
when I can't go work. I have to stay home with our children.
One weekend out.
It's not one weekend. I can go pull out my calendar and show you all of the times that you're gone. And I pointed it out when we were sitting the other day and I said, see,
All the times that you're flipping gone.
where do I go?
You're gone all the time.
Where?
You're gone every other weekend.
I have to take Slayton to see his dad. I drive 3 hours and I drive 3 hours back.
Oh, you're still gone? I mean,
Seriously? Seriously.
pretty sure that, when was the last time that you took the kids on that?
I don't want to have to.
When did you have to?
I've taken them plenty and I don't
When
want
have
to
you
have
had
to.
Please tell me the last time that you took them. And then fucking tell me that I haven't been home. Suck my dick.
You're a child. You are a child.
You're a child. You're a child. Saying that you're a child, that's a child.
If you have to sit here and grab your penis and tell your wife to suck your dick,
I didn't grab it.
you went like this and say F you and everything else, that's acting like a child. I haven't cussed at you one time.
Oh, I'm so sick and tired of your shit.
What shit, Bo? What?
How did you treat me?
How did I treat you? You're the one that has screamed and yelled at me the entire time in here because I asked one
You
question.
didn't even fucking say a word to me. You gotta send me a text message that says, don't throw the pellets away.
I was in here doing stuff.
Fucking come outside and talk like a woman.
I mean, you demanded to know where I was going, everywhere where I was going. Then you left this morning and didn't say 2 words to anybody.
Because I'm sick and
It's a double standard.
No, you treat me.
It's a
like
double
that.
standard.
Start treating me that
I tell you every time I'm going somewhere.
way. No, you don't.
When did I?
Like I'm going into town, I got some errands to run. And then you got pissed when I asked you where you were going.
So I told you that I had to go into town and
You
have to
still
run
never
errands.
told me where you were going.
I did too. I told you that I had to go get the stuff for this. And then you wanted to fight with me about my project. So I did. That's a lie.
I mean, if I'm leaving, I'm going into town. And where do you
Oh.
think I'm gonna go after you said the sink is broken?
Well,
Where else do you
if
fucking think I'm gonna go?
if I'm leaving, I'm going into town. What a concept.
Well, then stop treating me that way.
I didn't treat you anyway. You said, where are you? I said, I think I came to you and I said, no, I changed my clothes. You looked me up and down like there was something wrong with me. And then you go, where are you going? And I think I said, I'm going to run into town to run a couple of errands. And you were like, what are you doing? I said, well, I need to go run a few errands. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing?
See, what is
And I said, really? somewhere.
I'm just sick and tired of your shit.
I'm sick and tired of yours.
Well, then, you know what? You can get in that vehicle right there. And you can
This is as much my house as it is yours. So don't say that to me. I'm sick of it.
I'm sick of it.
I guarantee you I'm more sick of it.
No.
You think you can cheat on me every single year and then I'm supposed to love you like you're the greatest man that ever walked the face of the earth.
I don't give two fucks if you love me or not, Tracy.
Okay. Again, godly man, thank you.
No, I'm just sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. Why should I worry about it anymore?
Worry about what?
Why should I worry about the next time that I'm gonna have sex? Why should I worry about it?
Why should I have to worry about when the next time you're gonna cheat on me is?
And don't. And don't.
Same
I'm
with
not
you.
worried about it.
Okay, good. Then stop talking to me about it every single day.
I'm not. You haven't said it. You haven't heard me say it.
And it's been
in over a week.
so nice. It's been so nice. It has. For you not to act like a 5-year-old. It's nice.
So you act like a 5-year-old.
And by doing what?
That's that word.
It goes both ways. Okay. So it's no different than what's been the last 8 years. Okay, well, somebody cannot have a job because somebody has to watch the kids.
If you're not gonna have a job, then I'm gonna go.
Okay, you've done you from day one. This isn't new news. Okay, great. And I've never met a man who is. You have disrespected me on every level. Every level. You demand respect, but from the day you met me, you gave me 0 respect. It doesn't work that way, Bo. You can't demand respect from somebody and then show no respect to anyone around you. Because I know the lies and the hate and the way that you would treat me if it were another way. And you know it too. I've been bleeding for like 3 months. I know you don't give a shit. It's very obvious. You couldn't care less whether I have health problems or not. You don't care. And you just pointed it out. Whatever the flavor of the week is.
This shit hasn't just been going on for the last 3 months since you've been bleeding, Teresa. This shit's been going on for the last 7 years. And
Exactly.
you blamed it on a 3-month bill.
I didn't blame it on that. I said I have been. I'm
You
stating
are
the
blaming
facts.
that.
Those are facts, though.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I mean, I can blame mine on the fact too. I've been gone a lot, yeah, because for the last year, I've had a flipping job in Houston. Sorry. You not want the bills paid, huh? So I've been out of town a lot. I've been away a lot.
It goes back to the very beginning, though. It has yes, it has a lot to do with the fact that I'm bleeding like a stuck pig right now, but it has to do with what you've been doing from the day that you met me.
What? No, sick isn't gonna work.
All right. During that, one of the things I don't think I heard quite clearly, I'm going to make sure I understood what he said. He said, if you're not going to get a job, did you hear what he said after that?
That I didn't need to keep my RN license up.
Okay. So you have a job now, don't you?
I do.
So after you separated from your husband, is that when you got the job?
I started applying for jobs in the late summer, early fall, and got hired on in October and started my job at the end of November.
And who do you work for?
Noom Incorporated.
What is that?
It is a healthy weight loss that uses psychology as its guiding principle.
As part of your degree, your college degree, do you have what is your degree in?
I have a degree in nursing and a degree in psychology.
Did you get this job because of your RN license?
No,
But because you've kept your RN license, if you needed to, could you go back to being a nurse?
yes.
And what are you currently making gross about at this job?
37.5.
Okay. And we have put into evidence your financial information statement and I believe your pay stubs, correct?
Yes.
We'll talk about those in a little while. In that audio, had he been drinking during that or before that argument, Mr. Nelson?
I don't know if I can answer that.
Answer is you don't know.
I don't know.
And when you said you had been bleeding for 3 months, what were you referring to?
The ongoing female health problems that I had been suffering from.
And this was in December of 19, before you moved to Houston, correct?
Yes.
When you, let's go back for a minute. There was a conversation yesterday where they showed a letter or a note you had written to Mr. Nelson the evening before he accepted the transfer that he first said was a promotion, but then later admitted it had to do with the problem with the young female intern, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
Overall,
Was your answer yes?
Yes.
And you were aware that evening, you'd already been made aware by that time that was the reason y'all were moving to
Yes.
Houston.
Yes.
Why did you write him that note?
He had just been caught texting another woman and had done a lot of apologizing and making a lot of promises. And I decided to turn all of the problems over to God. I decided to stop living in fear and trusting in God and having my faith and trust in God. And so I wrote Bo a letter saying just that.
Okay.
And that
Okay. So, and before that, had y'all been discussing this move for at least for some period of time before that evening?
yes,
So you knew this was something he was contemplating doing?
yes,
Had you told him whether you were for the move previously, had you told him you were for the move or against the move?
Against.
And was that pretty much your train of thought the whole time?
Yes.
So you that evening was when you kind of changed and wrote him that note. Is that right?
Yes.
During those discussions that you had leading up to it, when you were telling him you didn't want to move, what did he do to try to convince you that the move was going to happen?
He just kept saying that they're really trying to convince him to move, that it would be good for our family. He said that Slayton would have a better chance sports-wise, being at a bigger school. He said that there's lots to do in Houston versus Bushland, that sort of thing.
Did you ever have any fights over it?
Many.
Okay. And what did he tell you in those fights?
Basically that he was going to make the decision, regardless, that he would do what was in the best interest of him and us ultimately.
Did he say anything that made you feel threatened?
Yes, in some of the agreements, he threatened me with leaving me. He threatened me with, he threw his ring at me. He told me that I would be poor if I was without him, that I would live in a shack if I had to be on my own. He told me that he would spend $1 million fighting me to take the kids away, things like that.
So after all those, you said agreements, but you meant arguments, right?
Yes.
So through all those, about how long did that go on?
It started at the end of August and went on until I wrote that letter.
So how would you characterize what led you up to writing that letter?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you had these arguments, you had these fights, you had this coercion, and then finally you wrote the letter.
Mostly out of fear, just being scared that he would do all the things that he said he would do if I didn't agree.
Now, did you wake up? Was he still home when you woke up the next morning?
He woke me up the next morning.
What time did he wake you up?
Very early, about 4:30, I believe.
Was it common for him to get up that early?
He did on occasion to exercise.
And how often did he exercise?
It varied throughout the marriage. He would have periods where he would do it a lot, periods where he wouldn't. I don't think he exercised that morning.
Okay. On a weekly basis, about how often did he exercise?
I would say on average, maybe 2 to 3 times a week.
So during the work week?
Yes.
And what time would he leave the house on the days that he worked out?
Often he would go run or ride his bike whenever he would go work out. And so he would leave. He would get up around 4, leave at 4:30 to go exercise.
And would he come back to the house and get ready, or would he just head on into work?
He would come back to the house and get ready.
So that particular morning, did you have a conversation?
He woke me up very emotional. Yes.
Okay. And did you say he woke you up very emotional?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that he had done a lot of praying after reading my letter and said that he decided that he was going to tell the company that he was not going to take the job in Houston, that he thought that it would be in the best interest of me and the children and him to stay in Bushland. We loved our home. He had a big, huge shop that he loved. He said that he promised Slayton he would get to graduate from Bushland and wanted to hold true on that. And Anniston had developed many friendships in kindergarten. We had developed relationships with our neighbors, and we were all thriving. And so he said he made the determination that we were going to stay in Bushland.
So what happened later on that day with regards to this topic?
He sent me a text message at lunch and said, quote, "Change of plans, we're moving to Houston," end quote.
How'd that make you feel?
Destroyed.
Did you ask him to go back to his boss and change it back?
No,
Why is that?
because I knew that he had made the decision and he wouldn't go back on it.
He didn't even call you to discuss it with you one more time before he made the decision, just did it on his own.
Yes.
Judge, I know you said you had a noon thing. We're coming up right on noon. I just wanted to be sensitive to that.
If you're about to move to a different topic, then I told them I would break as soon as there was a transition. So if you're about to move to a new subject, then that we'll go ahead and break for lunch.
Yes, sir. I think it'd be a good time to do that.
Okay, we're gonna go off the record. Let's resume at let's do 1:15. I'm gonna try to give you all as much time as I can today. So let's do 1:15. We're off the record, and we'll resume at 1:15. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Milburn, Mr. Lindenbank.
Yes.
Y'all can get your videos up. We're waiting on Miss Hill. And I know that she had one witness, Miss Lewis. Oh, Miss Lewis is in. I'll tell you what, I've been going since, I guess, 9, and I haven't had a break. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break, give Miss Hill time to get on, and then we're going to come back. And as soon as I come back, we'll get started. But y'all are in recess for about 3 minutes.
Okay.
So if you want us to come and watch the afternoon, you can, if not. You married? You're still young.
I'm not that young. I'm youngish. I'm 33.
Yeah. Experience for me, because I'm old. I'm not saying it's wrong to do it married or what have you.
Just take your time.
Maybe it's just my experience, so everybody does different, you know.
Well, hopefully one day you'll find the right person to get married to. Person for you.
Yeah. Maybe we might as well, huh? Never know.
But don't rush it either.
Oh, no, definitely not.
I'm
Later.
gonna leave it.
Okay, I'll see you later.
All right.
Okay, looks like Ms. Hill's present now. All right, y'all give me a second. I've got to close out this record I was on and get y'all started on a new record.
That's affirmative, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear you,
No, I
Mr.
said
Milburn.
that's affirmative.
All right, Ms. Hill and Mr. Lindenbeck, if I can get you to get your videos up and running.
Oh, sorry.
Court's on the record in cause number 18 DCV 253121, the Milburn and Hill matter. Mr. Milburn, if you would please state your full name for the record.
My name is Gary Lawrence Milburn.
And Mr. Lindenbeck, if you would please state your name for the record and the party that you represent.
My name is Wes Lindenbank and I represent Tiffany Hill.
And Mr. Milburn, if you can tell me what is set for today.
Motion for enforcement, visitation violation.
And you announced this morning that you thought it would take about 30 minutes or so for this hearing. I'm going to allow each side 20 minutes, so we're going to have a 40-minute hearing. I will keep you all on the clock. That gives you 10 more minutes than what you had anticipated needing. I am going to let both of you, or both sides, know that I'm in the middle of a trial and I'm taking this case during lunch because it's one of those cases that I feel like needs to get heard. It's been reset because of problems with paperwork or more than one occasion. And I'm concerned that this case needs to be heard. I know Ms. Lewis is a witness in the case. So I'm going to put her in the waiting room because, well, actually, I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to do that.
Your Honor.
So she'll be allowed to listen to. Yes.
I do have a witness. My wife is here as a witness as well. Well, she's actually been here during the whole proceeding.
All right, well, what'll happen is when it's her turn to testify, we're going to need to get her on the screen so that I can see her when she's testifying and that Mr. Lindenbeck can see her when she's testifying. So we'll work through that if she ends up testifying. But let me have all the witnesses that are going to appear, Ms. you included. If you can get your video up and get on the video camera for me so that I can see you and swear you in.
Do this.
And then Mr. Milburn, if you're expecting your wife to testify, if you can bring her into the camera so that I can see her to be sworn in.
Okay.
You can just stand behind you. All right, if each of you, if anybody that's going to be a witness would please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
So yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Hill, I'm going to go over some warnings with you that I do on all my motions for enforcement, just so that you understand your rights. First of all, do you understand you have a right, Fifth Amendment right to not testify about certain things that could potentially lead to criminal charges being filed against you or some kind of incarceration. Do you understand that right, Ms. Hill?
I do.
I'm sorry, you're muted. Is
I do.
that a yes?
Yes.
You have the right, well, let me say this. If you do decide to testify, then not only can anything that you say be used against you in this court, it could potentially be used against you in another court of law as well. Do you understand that right? Ms. Hill, do you understand that right?
I'm sorry. My phone. Crazy. I only heard half of what you said. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, I'll repeat it. What I said is, in
Thank
the
you.
event you decide to testify in this case,
Yes.
that what you say can not only be used against you in this court, but it could potentially be used against you in another court as well. Do you understand that right?
Sure. Yes, I do.
You have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney appointed for you if you can't afford an attorney before answering questions. But you have Mr. Lennon Make with you today, and that's who's representing you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Lennon Make about your right to not testify in this case?
Yes.
And knowing those rights, are you ready to proceed this morning? Or I guess I should say this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Milburn, this is your motion, so you're going to be allowed to go first. You're going to be allowed to testify in the narrative, which means you can tell me what you'd like to tell me. Then when you're done, Mr. Lennon Make is going to get an opportunity to ask you questions. And then when he's done asking you questions, I'll come back to you and see if there's anything else that you need to tell me before we get to the next witness. So we're going to start the clock at this time. It's 12:15. Mr. Milburn, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, I have one preliminary matter that may short circuit this. The order that they're trying to enforce is from August 6th, I believe, which is an unsigned order.
As a negative, it's signed.
Hold on, let me look.
It wasn't signed at that time.
Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all, before you start talking. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to respond, but all right, on the motion for enforcement of visitation order, it references an order signed August the 20th of 2020. And that was order on motion for clarification of prior court order.
That's correct.
And the alleged contempt or the alleged violations of that order date August 7th, August 8th, August 9th, August 10th, August 11th, August 12th, August 13th and 14th, August 15th and 16th, August 17th and 18th, October 16th, October 30th, and that appears to be it. So let me look at the order.
Right.
All right, I'm looking at August 20th and I don't see a order, which is the date that is stated in the motion. Do either side know when the order was actually signed? I don't see
I
it.
don't believe this order,
The order that was the order that you had signed. It said it was a signed order, but you had made sure it was signed January 26th.
January 26th. Let me look.
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah, it was entered in on the 20th, Your Honor. It was already entered in. It might have slipped through the cracks or whatnot, but all parties were there, and every party was informed and e-filed. So for somebody to disregard that period, I don't understand why somebody would disregard law and order.
Okay. Well, just one second. So my memory is that Judge Mullenix originally heard a motion for clarification and made some orders and asked that Mr. Howard, I believe, who was Mr. Milburn's attorney at the time.
No, that was
draft
Ms.
that order.
Hill's.
Or Ms. Hill's attorney. Let me get to that docket entry.
bless you.
So there was an entry set for 8:20 at 9 a.m. And it appears that sorry, there's a lot on file in this case. Give me 1 second. So yeah, looking at the order for clarification of prior order of possession and access, it was signed by Mr. Milburn, not by Mr. Howard or Ms. Hill, and it was filed August the 20th at 8:38 a.m. But there's no stamp that it was ever routed to the court, which the clerk's office normally stamps when they route something to the judge for signature. So I don't see that that order was ever routed. And that seems to be why it didn't get signed until January the 26th. All right. So from what I can gather, the motion for enforcement is all based on violation of the order of August the 6th, 2020, but wasn't signed until January 26th of 2021. And so there can't be a finding of contempt on that order because the order wasn't in place yet. That doesn't mean I can't give makeup time in the event that I decide that the visitation has been denied. But there's no basis for contempt because the order wasn't even in effect yet.
So
you understand?
So it's not a fault on this side, Your Honor. So when we do a step like this, okay, and something is not routed to you, okay, are we supposed to still go through a routine and get penalized for something where we did everything right? Okay, I even wrote to the court.
Yeah.
I wrote to the court specifically, okay, that this is not signed. I wrote to him to go ahead and give it to you. Okay, I think this is kind of premature, and I'm only pro se on this, but I think if this was handled probably in another manner, and we know where we can go with this stuff should have been signed already.
Yeah, typically what happens is each side, when I set an entry date, each side shows up for that entry, and then we argue over the language to go in the order, and then I sign it. The problem
They purposely
with the
did that.
time
I even
period
wrote.
y'all had-
We
Hold on,
wrote on
hold on
this
a second.
side that they purposely didn't sign it because we emailed all parties. She refused to sign it. She knew what she had to do and purposely did not come to the drop-off point. Well, what are we supposed to do after that? If there's no enforcement, then can you please tell me, because I don't believe that there would be 40 minutes of explaining anything since there's not going to be any enforcement. We have to know what's going to go ahead and happen since I'm not seeing my child. I hate to try to be pro se, but I have to be a dad today. Okay, I really have to be a dad today. And I have to tell you today that there is a case pending on Ms. Hill. Okay, there is a case right now, and you told me to tell you if there is any case pending on anybody. Well, this is an aggravated assault to a minor child. I have the case number and everything, and the detective that's on the case. Okay, I really need to see my child, Your Honor, and I'll leave everything else up to you.
Your Honor, these cases,
right.
they're initiated by Mr. Milburn. He's initiated, I think, 6 CPS cases, which have all been.
Objection. This has nothing to do with CPS. This is HPD, Your Honor. This is HPD right now.
Okay.
And this is in special victims
I understand.
unit.
This is just argument of both sides. I'm going to let both sides argue because I'm at the point where I'm very irritated with this case, not with the parties, not with the lawyers, with the situation. And so that's why I'm working through lunch. I want to get something done on this case because it's bothering me that it just seems like it's going in all kinds of bad directions and it's only getting worse. So, Mr. Lindemann, you were saying there's been 6 CPS cases, and I'm familiar with those, and they were all ruled out. But he's mentioning an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, I think he said, against a child. Are you aware of those charges?
These are all, these are all figments of his imagination that he goes to the police with. How could he even know something is going on if he's not at the location where things would have happened? All he is doing is trying to harass my client and using the resources of the state of Texas to do so. I know that you can't order him not to make CPS cases because it's in the best interest of the child, although it is certainly a hassle for everyone else.
So has your client been arrested? Is there any bond out on some aggravated assault case that you're aware of?
No.
All right. And Mr. Milburn, you said that there's an aggravated assault case dealing with a child out of Houston or Harris County?
Yeah, there's a pending case that had got picked up. This has nothing to do with CPS. You know, they're not really that reliable these days if you pull up summaries. But there's a really big case. Okay, this is a real second-degree felony. And Ms. Hill knows that the detective did call her. Okay, we're not really playing with this type of case because they want me to follow up because Detective Lee was on the case, but he had to get moved to another division. And they gave me the number to the special victims unit. Okay, and the investigator go ahead and talk to that's on the case pending. Okay, so
It's
that's
my
where we are.
understanding from what you're saying. My understanding from what you're saying is it's an investigation. There's not been an arrest made in the case at this time.
No, but what I will say, Your Honor, what I did try to explain to you that there is a testimony, a 3-minute testimony that the detectives got from Alana Milburn testifying that her mom is slapping her and hitting her in her face with brushes and things of that nature. So I'm just telling you that these are entered into the investigation. Okay.
Mr. Lindemank, are you, well, Mr. Milburn, when's the last time you saw your child?
The last day she didn't want to let me go, which was the 29th in court. When you ordered me to bring her back, I have never seen her ever since then. And if you want to go prior before that, August through October is the last time I've seen her. Before that, I haven't seen her 7 months before then. It's been 25 months total. In 3 years, I haven't seen my child. So what can we do?
All right, Mr. Lindemank, I don't, and I didn't get a chance to review y'all's case in detail since I've been in this trial, but is there a modification filed by your client?
No, I will get that on file. I don't believe so with me.
No, I have a modification, Your Honor, on file. I'm the one that had the modification on file.
I knew you did, but they don't. And so the way it stands right now, Ms. Hill, is your video, can you get your video up and running, Ms. Hill?
Yes, sir.
So the way it stands right now, there's a court order that says Mr. Milburn's to have a standard possession order, and there's nothing modifying that order. That's a court order. And he's got a modification on file asking to modify potential custody, visitation, those kinds of things. But there's nothing on file from your side. What that means is that right now that order that was signed on January the 26th is a valid court order. And if Mr. Milburn goes to pick up his child or y'all's child at the, is in the McDonald's on Cartwright Road, and goes to his possession and access shall be at McDonald's on Cartwright Road beginning September the 1st, 2020. He proceeds to a standard possession order per the order of the court. So he has a standard possession order at this point under that prior order. So under that standard possession order, he would be entitled to get the first, third, and fifth weekends. He'd be entitled to every Thursday evening during the school year. And if he comes to your residence to pick up the child, that's what the court order currently says, is he's to see the child. Now, if there's something that you're wanting to modify and not let him have that weekend, well, that's not on file. So that's not something that I can address. One thing I can address is whether or not
we were supposed to go to mediation, and that I said we're supposed to go to mediation with that. But I guess I'm not understanding, is the safety of the child any concern of anyone? Because CPS has said he has mental health issues. He has threatened me with a gun at visitation. I have to drop her off while I'm at work, and he holds me there for 45 minutes. The papers that he has submitted with his wife that is supposedly—
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
I'll let you speak.
Hold on. We don't have anybody.
Nobody. I don't even own the gun.
Excuse me. Yes, you do.
All right, listen, both of you. The court's talking now, and so nobody can hear you. You're muted. The issue is, ma'am, if that is true, and there's all these serious allegations, and there's these mental health issues with Mr. Milburn, then that has to be brought to a judge's attention through a pleading. You file something, say, Judge, this guy's going to endanger my child if my child goes and spends the weekend with them. And then I rule on that. And I may agree with you, and I may not let Mr. Milburn see his child. or I may disagree with you, and Mr. Milburn may get his full visitation. But that has to be brought in front of the court. You can't just become your own judge. And Mr. Milburn, the same reason I stripped that child away from you. You were claiming that she was abusing the child, and you were just going to become the judge and keep the child and not follow the court order. And you can't play judge either. But the problem that, and the reason I'm so upset with this case is everybody's claiming there's all this abuse with this child, but nobody's filing stuff to get it in front of me and actually have a trial. And that's what's so frustrating. Ms. Hill, until you get something filed that says he's a danger, some motion for me to modify a prior order, there is absolutely nothing I can do if all that stuff is true. He could be pointing guns and shooting them up in the air and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But if you don't have a motion to modify that order on file, it gives the judge zero power to do anything to protect that child. And Mr. Milburn, I'm not saying that happened, but I'm telling you the same thing. I've been trying to get you to either get an attorney or get some advice. You finally got her served correctly, but the problem is, and this is no fault of yours actually, this order was not routed, and I remember this now because I remember being irritated with this previously. But for whatever reason, when Judge Mullenix originally made the clarification order that was not turned into an order, I saw that and ordered it again for her prior order, and then that order didn't get routed and didn't get signed. So what that means is I can't hold Ms. Hill in contempt for these dates that you're alleging you didn't get to see your child. That doesn't mean I can't give you additional time with the child once this case is heard. But that's the only remedy that I have as a judge based on the fact that this order wasn't signed until January. But it appears to me that the motion for enforcement is seeking to hold her in contempt for stuff that predates the actual signing of the order, and legally I can't do that. Now I'm going to unmute Ms. Hill and Mr. Milburn. I want to remind you two that there is a record that takes down everything that we say, and it can't take down two of us talking at the same time. Ms. Hill, you're represented by an attorney, so I expect Mr. Lindenbank to speak on your behalf. Mr. Milburn's getting an opportunity to speak directly to the court because he's representing himself. But Mr. Lindenbank is a very good lawyer, and he'll be able to weigh in on anything I need from your side. All right, I'm asking you all to both unmute. Mr. Milburn, you have a modification on file. Y'all need to go mediate that modification case so that, because that has not taken place yet, right? You have not gone to mediate your modification?
No, we haven't, Your Honor. I've sent them the forms for the DRC, but I may have sent them some old forms because they've got new stuff.
Your Honor, I might want to say this really quick. I'm always doing things on a timely manner. This man is speaking out the side of his neck because I did everything before what you said. I turned in everything on 12/17. Okay, with the GRC, they got my emails and everything. He didn't turn in anything until after the new year. Okay, so that's neither here or there. I'm already in the system.
All right,
okay?
I don't want to go back. I want to move this case forward. There are two options that we have to mediate, and one of them is free. And so I'm thinking that because Mr. Milburn's representing himself, and I know Ms. Hill's resources are very limited, that it may be best for y'all to go to the U of H legal clinic. They do it by Zoom. The mediation would be by Zoom, and it's free. And it doesn't cost y'all anything. So that's one option. Would y'all like to mediate with U of H legal clinic, or would you prefer to do the DR?
Your Honor, I don't have any problems. I think you're rushing something real quick that I need to address. You signed an order on 1/26/2021. Okay, so since that was signed and we couldn't do anything, I've turned in exhibits through Exhibit B of the violations from past until the end of February. So you keep telling me that we couldn't do it for there, but what can we do now? You might want to scroll down to some more.
That wasn't on the motion that she was served with, Mr. Milburn. You filed that separately. The papers that she was served with in this case were filed back in November, and that on that exhibit, the last entry date is October the 30th. So she wasn't served with the February contempts. February contempts the court can address because those occurred after the signing of the order, but she's entitled to be served with that and put on notice of it, because what you're asking me to do is to lock her up for violating.
Okay, but she violated the standard possession order that was on file already, regardless if you had go ahead, regardless if you didn't even sign the clarification order. What happened to the standard possession order? Why is she not violated for standard possession? I attached it to it already. You might want to look at that again. I attached everything to it, but that's what Judge Mullenix had told us. If you have the attached order that was signed, okay, back when Alana, they gave me all of these stipulations to do that I met already. Why is she not violated for the standard possession order? I'm not even worrying about this clarification order, Your Honor. I'm really serious about the standard possession and her violating and me not meeting my child when I'm supposed to have her during standard possession. Not even meeting her at the checkpoint. What we gonna do about that one? I just don't understand how we're gonna keep on going if somebody says, oh, well, I didn't sign a clarification order. Well, somebody signed a standard possession order. I mean, she knew where to come because she came on the 19th.
Mr. Linnemann, response?
Well, it's hard to know where to jump in there. What you said is correct. Any violation after, we've never been served with anything. And when you amend your motion to modify or amend your motion to enforce, that has to be served just like it was the first motion. I will get in contact with the University of Houston Mediation Center. We'll set that up. We'll also remedy the modification situation. We've been trying to get his records from the VA, and that is a long process. So things have been a little bit delayed on that.
Your Honor, you enforced the standard possession to be September 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have October on there. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are two dates, October 16th and October 30th. That
so she has to be held enforceable, right?
Hold on. There are two dates in your motion for enforcement that was served on her that are subsequent to September the 1st, which would trigger a standard possession order. But you don't reference the standard possession order in your motion that you served her with. You reference the clarification order. And these contempt cases are very similar to a criminal case, and everything has to be done just right in order for me to hold someone in contempt of court and potentially lock them up. So because your motion doesn't set forth that standard possession order in the body of the motion itself, then I don't feel comfortable holding someone in contempt for that. I think it would be inappropriate for me to. Here's what we're doing. Y'all are going to mediate Mr. Milburn's motion to modify. Y'all can do that through the U of H legal clinic so that it's free for Mr. Milburn and Mrs. Hill. And that needs to be done by April the 23rd. So mediations to be completed before April the 23rd. And y'all will appear by Zoom on that mediation. After that, if this case doesn't settle, I need to set it for final trial because this case has got to get finished. I understand that there's a request for some mental health records. I remember the hearing that we had on that, but I'm not going to just continue to delay this case. So I'm going to get a trial date, and if for some reason I need to move it, then I'll take up arguments on that at that time. Mr. Linnebank, how does May 25th look for you?
I'm open.
Mr. Milburn, how does May 25th look for you for final trial of this case? That's your modification case.
That's fine. I mean, I'm just trying to see when I can see my child right now. All right, I haven't seen
Well,
my
you have
child since
here's what I can say about that. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to say about that. In the event that we have a modification trial and I find that one parent is not letting another parent see their child, and there's not a justified reason for that, then, you know, I look at that as you just leave me with basically one option, and that's to flip custody over to the other parent that's not getting to see the child. Now, if there's a justified reason for not letting a child go to the other parent's house, and that's properly before me, we'll address that. And then I might say, well, not only does that parent not need custody, but maybe we need to supervise visitation. I don't know, because every time that this case has been set with me, there's been problems with paperwork, and there's been difficulties in getting the case in front of me. When we come to final trial, both sides need to have whatever exhibits that they want to get in front of the judge, and those need to be sent to the other side. They also need to be sent to the court at least 1 day ahead of time. So it'd be safe to do it like 2 days ahead of time. So about 48 hours ahead, you send the exhibits per the local rules to the court reporter and to the other side. Because if someone doesn't give the other side exhibits, and we come back here, those exhibits aren't going to be allowed in. Both sides have to follow the rules. And Mr. Milburn, I know that's tough for you because you're representing yourself, but I would recommend you get on the court's website, look at the local rules for practicing the 387th, make sure any exhibits that you want admitted into your final trial, that you comply with those rules so that we don't have an issue there.
Your Honor, I don't have no problem, Your Honor, with anything. I think you've seen everything that was in play. I think what I'm having a problem with is people signing things in a timely manner. And in that same book you're talking about, that it actually talks about associate judges not signing things in a timely manner during proceedings that would go for the other party. Okay, see, this was detrimental to what's going on right now. So basically, when I complied and gave Alana Milburn back, I did everything in a timely manner even before October. You said it slipped through the cracks. That was your exact words. Okay. I don't know what to do after that.
I don't know if it slipped through the cracks. All I can tell you is you file it with the district clerk's office and it never got routed to the court. So the clerk's office never sent it to me or our court to sign. And I don't know where that happened. I don't have anything to do with that. That's something that's done by a different department. But I would say they stamp it when they send it to me, which is proof that it gets sent to me, and there's no stamp on that order, which tells me it wasn't routed to us for signature. But had the party shown up on August the 20th, then that would have been the time to show up for the actual.
So do you believe
that way I would have.
I showed up in person on the 20th. I didn't e-file this. Okay, so what I'm having a problem with is that they're not performing in a manner where that was conducive for these proceedings. So I filed everything that I was supposed to do, and you keep saying that everything is in. Even I submitted the original order. Okay, that has to happen first. Okay, you keep telling me to go to U of H. Well, U of H would have been proud of me, okay, for everything that was in right now. Okay, there's nothing else I can do.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not sending you to U of H for legal advice. I'm sending y'all to U of H to mediate the case to try to get it resolved. And so there'll be a mediator that will help y'all try to resolve your case by an agreement. I'm not sending you to U of H for you to get legal training. The U of H is a mediation process.
It's all right, Joe. I was just throwing that in. But like I said, these things in timely manner.
August the 20th, I see that the file stamp on that order was that it was file stamped, so someone took it in. So I believe you that you took it to the district clerk's office and filed it there, because I can see the stamp that shows it was filed on August the 20th. But they also stamp it anytime they send it to a court, and then the clerk initials that, which tells us which clerk sent it to us. Why that didn't happen, I have no idea. I can tell you it's happened on other cases. People are not without making.
Is it a way we can? Is it a way? You know, I'm an investigator in my mind and everything. I really want to investigate why it didn't get signed and routed to you. Okay, there's a lot of obstruction of justice that goes on. There's a lot of obstruction of justice that goes on, Your Honor. And these things were talked about even during process serving, where things get hung up like that on purpose, and you have to catch whether it's perjury on affidavits, things of that nature. It's going on big time. I mean, with the Supreme Court, big time. With one of the Black Supreme Court judges that was embezzling $10 million, you know, in October.
Going further with something else.
You know, so I really would want to investigate that, because that was something where now I can't see my child because I did the steps right, and you're saying because of a technicality. The clerks, it didn't get routed to you, but it seems like everything else gets routed to you. And it just seemed like my paperwork is, you know, kind of not getting to you. So why can't we really investigate it? And if I'm actually saying this because I'm going to do everything I can to investigate why these things have not been signed in a timely manner.
Yeah, and I mean, you can definitely do that. I think that it's not something that happens regularly with the clerk's office. It's something that probably comes up 1 in 1,000 cases, but I certainly have seen it before, where I have to email the clerk and say, why, you know, this lawyer's here asking about this order and it hasn't been signed because it wasn't sent to us. That stuff does happen. But 99% of what they do is done done correctly. There are just a few exceptions, and this is one of them. Here's what we're going to do. Final trial is May 25th at 9 a.m. Both sides, you're getting notice from the court. I'm making a docket entry to that effect. So the final trial is May 25th at 9 a.m. That will be by Zoom. You'll appear at Judge Heppert's docket call, and then she'll make a decision if she's hearing it or if I'm hearing it or whatever the case may be. But y'all will appear at 9 o'clock on May 25th. The parties are to mediate with the U of H Legal Clinic before April the 23rd to get this case mediated. If y'all come back here on May 25th and it has not been mediated, more than likely it's going to get dismissed for want of prosecution. This case has to be done. Both sides are frustrated, and both sides have reason to be frustrated because we need to get this case heard, and everybody needs to have their day in court. Whatever documents you need to get filed, get filed. Final trial is May 25th. We're going off the record. All right, thank you. Y'all are excused. Yes, Mr. Lundenbank.
It looks like I did not file an order on that mental health, on the protected health information. I will file that today. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just based on the history of the case, you may want to put in the comments section when you e-file something, please route to the judge for signing.
We'll do that.
Most of the time, the clerks do route everything, but with this case, with stuff not that one order not being routed, just to maybe give some directions or follow up on it.
Hey, Your Honor, I need to ask you one thing about the mental health. Since he didn't get the order in, is it dismissible right now for no relevance? Since we dismissed 3 out of the 4, and you said it was supposed to be a timely manner, and he didn't even put in the order. So what relevance do I have for this to even go on when it takes 6 months for a VA to even give him anything? It takes about 6 months. Okay, we don't have 6 months.
Your mental health evaluation is very relevant.
Aware of anything. I'm not aware of anything that takes 6 months. That I would be shocked if that's the case. In fact,
sure.
Mr. Lundenbank, what you have to do, and they'll get them in front of me. But let me look at my docket entry. My understanding was the For the mental health records, Mr. Milburn, you testified that you had no problem with them getting those.
Yeah,
that you were
I
fine
don't
with
have
them
a,
getting
I
those.
don't have, I don't have a problem because there's no mental health in my file. Okay, I don't have to go on record to tell you the truth about that. There is nothing in my file about mental health. There's nothing. What do you want me to
I
tell
heard
you?
that.
It's,
I heard that
it's
during the
physical.
hearing. I denied the motion for psychological examination because there, at that point, there's been nothing proven to me that there's mental health issues on your behalf. But I did say they can get the mental health records from the VA if there are any, so that they can determine whether or not mental health is an issue in this case. And that ruling was already made, and I just need an order to that effect. All right, we're off the record, and y'all, we'll see you back here on May 25th for final trial on this case.
Thank you, Judge.
Get to see my child as soon as the visitation comes. It should be violated. Miss Lewis, Carolyn Looney. We off the record, Miss Looney.
You don't like the stuff. Yeah.
They did fix my light bulb. They were saying they didn't have time to fix it, but it looks like it got fixed. We're back on the record in the Nelson matter. We're going to resume the direct examination of Ms. Nelson by Mr. Haston. Mr. Haston, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Nelson, when we left off, we just heard the audio tape of the, I guess we'll say it's a conversation between you and your husband in December of 2019. And I want to ask a couple more questions about that. You know, he's complained quite a bit during his testimony that it's really bad for the children to be in the car so many hours driving back and forth. You heard that testimony, right?
Yes.
I mean, do you agree that it's not the best thing in the world for them to be traveling that much?
Yes.
And you have some ideas about other ways that they could see their dad more than just them always being in the car on a weekend.
Yes.
Could you tell us one of your, well, before we get to that, maybe I misheard it, but did I hear him say in that when you were arguing about not things that you didn't do, that you should just take the kids with you or something like that?
Yes.
What was he referencing? What was he referencing?
Me having to be gone every other weekend to take Slayton to see his dad.
And what was your agreement with Slayton's dad for exchange for visitation?
We usually met halfway.
And Slayton, you had moved Slayton away from his father. Is that true?
Yes.
And that was because of Mr. Nelson's job transfer?
Yes.
Which transfer was that?
The first one was Midland.
Mr. Adams, you're muted. It looked like you were making an objection, but you're muted.
It's fine, Your Honor. I'm sorry. My apologies.
You may continue, Mr. Haston.
Okay. Which transfer are we talking about?
The first one was Midland.
And that was it when and why did you move? It was just a regular transfer?
That was when we got married.
Okay. And Mr. Nelson had a job with Phillips 66 in Midland.
Yes.
And so he wanted you to move with him to Midland. Is that right?
Yes.
And he didn't, at that point, did he complain at all about what you were doing to Slayton, your young child at that time, taking him away from his father?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I asked a question.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Did he express any concern or concerns for the fact that you were having to take young Slayton away from his dad several hours?
No, that was never brought up.
And finally, after all the litigation, he said that he just gave up, but how did that litigation end up?
Both times we had litigation, we came to a settlement.
And as part of that settlement, did you all come up with an agreement on how to exchange possession of the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Oftentimes, more times than not, we met halfway, and that was the agreement, to meet halfway.
And y'all lived in Midland and he lived where?
In Amarillo.
So I can't remember. I know we heard yesterday, we saw a map about distances and stuff, but how many hours was Midland away from Amarillo?
3 hours.
So when your husband was saying that you should take the children with you in that audio, he was telling you should pack your two young ones in the car with you Bryston and Anniston and then drive them 3 hours to go exchange Slayton. Is that
Yes.
right? And then drive 3 hours back home to Fulshire?
Yes. No, not Fulshire.
I'm sorry, you were in Amarillo at the time.
Yes.
So in that audio, he didn't seem to have any problem with the kids spending 6 hours in a car.
Correct.
Now let's talk. You mentioned, do you remember when you said, Bo, I've been bleeding for 3 months, and then you remember him saying, I don't give a shit. You remember that?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. When you were bleeding for 3 months, what was your health problem that you had?
I had abnormal bleeding every day. I had large ovarian cysts, and I ended up having a vaginal prolapse, which is a rectocele and a cystocele, which in layman's terms, that is when your vaginal wall collapses and your bladder and your rectum are protruding and coming through the vaginal opening.
Was that very painful?
Yes.
And is that mostly what was causing the bleeding?
It was a whole combination of things, but yes.
And when did you start having all of that pain that you were dealing with?
It started in around August.
And so by December, it had been going on for what, 3.5 months at that point?
Yes.
At the time of that audio that we just heard, had you already been diagnosed by the doctor as to what needed to be done?
Initially, they wanted to rule out and try a couple of things. They didn't initially. I'm sorry. Okay.
I just want to know if you had already been diagnosed at that point.
I had been diagnosed with the abnormal bleeding.
Okay.
Initially.
And so had you been having problems in your lower area for quite a while before that?
Yes.
And had you been having problems? I heard a lot of testimony about you sleeping and taking naps all the time. Was that related in any way to your medical condition?
100%.
And since you've had the surgery, have you had to take naps, and have you felt like getting out more?
I haven't taken a nap in months.
Okay. Did you feel like that was fair to kind of attack you for something that was due to your illness?
It was very unfair.
So anyway, I guess you had surgery. When was
Yes.
surgery? Okay. When was surgery?
Surgery was February the 18th of 2020.
And then where did you have surgery?
In Amarillo.
How long were you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital for a little over 24 hours.
And was it pretty major surgery?
It was, yes.
I don't want to get too descriptive, but did they have to go in from different orifices and different places in your body to do the surgery?
Yes, they did.
What was your recovery time?
Could not travel for 2 weeks. Then I was on pretty restrictive activity for 2 months, but I had ongoing problems after that for a little while.
And then so where did you stay for your recuperation?
I stayed in Amarillo at my parents' house.
For how long?
2 weeks.
And that's something that had been planned, right?
Yes.
The children stayed in Fulshire, is that true?
Yes.
And did Mr. Nelson stay home and take care of them? Did he take any time off to spend a lot of time with the kids?
He stayed with me for the day of surgery and the night I was in the hospital, and then one more night. He went back home after that. His parents were there during my surgery, and then when Bo returned, he did not take time off.
Okay, so he just went right back to work, and when he could have spent some personal time with the kids, he went to work and had his parents take care of the kids.
Yes.
So, we heard Mr. Nelson yesterday say you had ripped the phone out of his hands, but But the word rip came out of his own interrogatories, where he testified in his interrogatories that he ripped the phone out of your hand. When was that incident?
That was on March the 7th of 2020.
Okay. And when did you get back home from your surgery?
On March the 3rd.
So 24 days after your surgery, this happened?
18.
18. And when he testified that somehow, without touching you, he grabbed the phone, he ripped the phone out of your hands. Was that true?
No.
Can you tell the court what really happened?
He came at me like he often did, and I picked up my phone because it was laying on the counter, and I started to walk away, and he charged at me, and he wrapped his arms around me once he caught me and yanked my phone out of my hands.
And were y'all fighting at the time? Is that why he was trying to get your phone?
Yes.
And you were you trying to record? Is that why he took it?
Yes.
After he got your phone, what did he do to it?
He ran into the bedroom, locked the door, and proceeded to delete the audio recordings that I had between him and I.
So we just heard this audio recording between the two of you. How did we get lucky enough to preserve one insight into y'all's marital life?
I actually sent that recording to my daughter.
Okay, so she had it, and that's how it was preserved.
Yes.
All right. And he testified that he lectured you on Corinthians and how you shouldn't make recordings of people's bad deeds. Is that true? Did he really use the Bible on you when he was ripping your phone out of your hands?
Yes.
And assaulting you?
Yes.
So we also heard yesterday a lot of testimony, quite a bit of testimony. And I guess the summation of it is my wife has been depriving me of possession of my children. But he kept saying 66 days or 67 days, something like that. Other than that period, when we have had agreements in writing where you knew that he would be bound to these agreements in writing, you have always worked with him to have periods of possession, have you not?
Yes.
Have you stuck to the agreements that were in writing?
Yes.
And even when you thought it was unsafe to drive in way below freezing weather with your kids, after he wouldn't agree to do the right thing for their safety, you went ahead and followed the order, right?
I did.
Did you think that was the right thing to do?
I didn't think that it was in the best interest of the kids.
Okay. But you knew you had to do it, but because whatever. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what was Mr. Nelson wants to have primary conservatorship. Did you hear him testify at any time yesterday about any of his skills of a parent other than playing with the kids and being at their sports events and things like that?
I did not.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Bo Nelson loves his kids, Teresa?
No.
And do these kids love him?
Yes.
And we've had a lot of talk about parental alienation. Have you seen any signs that these kids are their father?
No, not at all.
When you do the drive from Amarillo all the way to Houston, and your daughter has to take an absence in school because of it, they get to see dad. Do they throw temper tantrums and yell and scream and say, no, they don't want to go?
No.
Are they happy to see their father?
Yes.
Have you heard any reports and all these text messages between yourself and your husband? And there's been hundreds of text messages, thousands of text messages. They're not all on evidence, but there's thousands, right?
Yes.
Did any of them say anything about the children rejecting him or ignoring him or treating him badly while he has possession of them?
No.
In his answers to interrogatories, did you read them?
I did.
Did you see anything in his answers to interrogatories that said in any way that his children were rejecting him or turning away from him?
No.
In his answers to interrogatories, the only things he quoted as alienating behavior really was that you moved the kids away from him, in essence, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about when y'all were living together, the things that you saw as far as he wants to have primary conservatorship. He wants to be the person who makes all the decisions for the children. He wants them to live with him on a daily basis, except he wants a nanny to take care of them the 9 or 10 hours he's not at home every day. But that aside, living with him in the house, what type of personality traits have you seen that you think wouldn't make him a good primary conservator?
I think the most important ones are the fact whenever they were babies, he said, "I don't do babies." Whenever they are sick, he doesn't do sickness. So he didn't do diapers, and he doesn't do vomit, and he doesn't do poop, and that's something that children do. I mean, there's nothing that I would like more than for my kids to not vomit and have diarrhea, but it's not something that you can, stop. And so those are two big things that he said that were very alarming to me because, that's a basic need. And so when they can't care for themselves, they've got to have somebody else care for them. So that's two of the big ones.
So, but I'm also asking you about personality traits
Okay.
that he just has as a person. You've experienced it living with him and the way he treats you and the children in the home. Tell us about his personality traits.
Okay. Some of the biggest ones are, let's see where to start. He's very hypercritical. So he criticizes all of us incessantly. We are never able to do anything right. And if we change it and try to do better, then he's criticizing that. And so, that's huge. He seems to have a lot of manipulative and controlling behavior. And so that sends a lot of fear through me that he would manipulate the children in unhealthy ways, that he would try to control the children, much the way he did me throughout the marriage.
Okay. Anything else? Any other personality traits that he has? I mean, let's talk about this. He testified to some extent about the extramarital relations he's had. Do you believe that they're limited to, back that up. Do you have information and belief that wasn't all that he did that he put in his interrogatories?
Yes.
And what is your information that supports that?
I have many text messages. I've had communication with some of the women that he's had affairs with. At least yearly, he has been caught in some kind of extramarital affair. I have many of the text messages to prove that. He has solicited sex online. He has sent and received inappropriate pictures. In my desktop, or in our computer room desktop, I found just a loose CD that I put in the drive, and it had naked pictures of one of his ex-girlfriends. And this was years after we were married. So it was very alarming as to where it came from. He has a black disc in the desk drawer that has pictures of his exes that show their breasts, show other private parts. So, I mean, I have a lot of fear that the kids would find some pretty explicit material if they looked in the right places.
Does it disturb you that he is exposing his children, y'all's children, so quickly and easily to his latest girlfriend.
Yes.
I mean, he only has them, what, arguably 6 days a month, something like that on average.
At most, yes.
And yet half of those approximately, he's got his girlfriend with him part of the time.
Yes.
Why does that concern you?
Number one, he's still a married man. And so I don't feel like morally it's teaching our children much. I have a lot of concerns because he had barely met this woman that he was introducing the children to as a positive example for them, forcing them to sit in her lap and share a milkshake with her the day that they met her. So it was basically a complete stranger to them, yet they were sharing milkshakes and sitting in her lap. That concerned me a lot. If he was so concerned about the 66 days that he went without seeing his children because he never drove up here, yet the very first day he spent the day with Katie, why were his children not more important?
What name do your children call you?
They call me mom or mommy.
Okay. And recently, has one of them called you another name?
Yes, in the audio recording from yesterday.
And who is that?
Aniston.
What has she started calling you now?
She calls me Teresa.
Do you know where she got the idea to start calling you Teresa?
I don't.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I just asked her a yes or no question.
Right. Overall, she said she didn't know.
Okay. You heard Dr. Harmon talk about different types of behavior that are could be alienating to children. And you heard me ask her about taking down photos. Yesterday, Mr. Adams, I think, accidentally played an audio tape in which your son was talking to his dad about that. Did you hear that?
Yes.
I'm going to take you over to that now. Judge, can you hear that? Is that loud enough? No. Give me just
I couldn't hear that.
Okay, I'm going to try something with share screen that I've never tried before, which is probably dangerous. But there should be a way to share. Well, I don't see it. I thought there was a way to share audio that just would play the audio. But, oh, here we go. I'm going to hit this. Maybe this will work.
Do you want to see me? Mm-hmm.
Is that better?
You want to give me a big hug? Mm-hmm.
I can hear.
Okay.
I miss you so much.
But I didn't like when you took down the pictures.
When I took down the pictures.
Remember?
What?
Mom and yo, we were riding with you and we were going back home because Mom didn't call.
Yeah.
I didn't like when you took down the pictures.
Well, they're probably gonna remain down, buddy.
Wait, remain down?
Yeah, we're not gonna put them back up.
We're not?
No.
Why? Why?
Just because. We'll talk about it one of these days when we're in person. Okay?
Okay. Here's Mommy.
Okay. So in that audio tape, was that your husband admitting to his son that he took down the pictures of you in the house?
Yes.
And telling him he wasn't going to put them back up, right?
Right.
As a parent, well, you have a degree in psychology, don't you?
I do.
And have you done any reading during this divorce process about the best way to handle kids and take care of kids and make them feel comfortable, or as comfortable as they can be through the divorce process?
Yes.
What is one of the things you've learned about making sure you keep the other parent in the children's minds?
I think it's hugely important for kids to have a relationship with both parents, and I always encourage it.
Okay. And do your children have pictures of their dad at where they're staying with you at your parents' house?
They do.
Okay. And do you make sure that, well, let me ask you this. Do you do your best to not say anything negative about Bo Nelson to your children?
Absolutely.
Do you understand that it could negatively influence the way they look at you if you say negative things to them about him?
Definitely.
And do you believe it would be fair to them if you talk to them negatively about their dad?
No, because they love their dad.
I noticed in the interrogatories that there was like a litany of dates and times and all the ways you've alienated your children by violating the court's order. And one of those was that you didn't always call within the time frame. I mean, our agreed order says that the kids get to talk to dad, between 7 and 9 o'clock p.m. every single night that they're with you. Is that true?
Yes.
And to the best of your ability, do you make that happen?
Yes.
Have there been times when you haven't been able to do it?
Yes.
And have you explained to Bo and told him why you couldn't do it on those nights?
Yes.
Have you done anything to prevent his FaceTime with his kids?
No.
Would it be fair to say that the majority of the time that you have them, the vast majority, these children get to talk to their dad every day?
Yes.
And let's get back to that 66 days for a minute. Was there a time earlier in the year that Mr. Nelson didn't see you or his kids for a period?
Yes.
When was that?
That was from the end of March to the end of April.
And how long was that?
It was approximately 5 to 6 weeks.
So about 40 something days?
Probably.
Why? So was that 40 days that you kept him from seeing his kids, Teresa?
No.
Okay. Well, you were actually, I think you were already back up in Amarillo by March, correct? Or were you still,
Your Honor, leading.
I'm trying to establish a time frame, Judge.
It's leading, but I'll allow it overall.
Okay. Where were you living during that period of time, Teresa?
Fulshear.
Okay, thank you. And so if you weren't keeping the kids from dad, where was dad?
He had left to do a job in I think it's called Three Rivers, Texas.
And this was in 2020?
Yes.
So he was gone for 40 days to Three Rivers, Texas. And did he demand FaceTime with his kids every day during that period of time?
No.
How often did he contact the children during that 40 days?
It wasn't every day, but I don't know. I can't give you an exact number.
Okay. But it was less frequent than it has been under the temporary orders.
Yes.
Was he forced? Did he tell you if he was forced to go there, or did he tell you if it was an election?
It was an election.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He just said with the COVID lockdowns that he wanted to ensure that he was going to have a job. And so he took a long-term job that took him away from the home.
Did he show a lot of frustration and anger over being gone from his kids for 40 whole days?
No.
as part of you asking the court to make you the primary joint managing conservator, Teresa, you're also asking the court to order that Mr. Nelson pay child support. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you understand that we stipulated that his income exceeds the maximum child support guidelines.
yes,
And so you're asking the court to order him to pay the maximum guidelines amount of $2,300 per month. Is that true?
yes.
And David, I think we've stipulated that's the correct amount, haven't we?
You stipulated that he's a max candidate.
Okay. That's what I meant, the number. And do you have any idea really what y'all have in the way of finances in order to pay attorney's fees?
All I can see is what's in the Mint app.
Okay, but you went to mediation in this case, didn't you?
Yes,
And there was an inventory there, wasn't there?
yes,
And we did get some paperwork about finances in discovery, didn't we?
yes.
So I'm going to try to refresh your memory on that. Does your husband get an annual bonus?
He does.
About when does he get that every year?
Typically in February.
Okay. Do you know if he got one in February of this year?
I do not.
In the past, do you know how much he got in 2020?
I do not know an exact number.
And do you know how much he got paid in 2019?
I do not know, but it's been yearly in February.
And do you know anything about his 401k?
Just what I can read in the Mint app and could see through the discovery.
What's your knowledge of how large his 401k is?
The Mint app shows more kind of all of the net worth, which is about 1.7 million.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Same.
About how large do you think the estate is based on what little information you have available to you?
1.7 million.
So besides the 401k, he has other liquid investments, doesn't he?
Yes,
Does he have an investing account?
yes.
Do you know who it's with?
I believe the main one is Vanguard.
Okay. Do you know the balance of it?
I do not.
Does he have a stock account with Phillips? Do you know?
Yes,
Do you know the value of that?
not right offhand, no.
Does he have a Roth IRA?
Yes,
Do you know the balance of value of that one?
not currently, no.
Do you know what the credit card limit is on the Chase credit card that you've been allowed to use?
I believe that it's somewhere around 30,000.
Okay. And do you know what the current balance is on it?
Not at this moment, no.
And does Mr. Nelson usually make big payments on it after attorney's fees have been paid?
Yes,
Would you have any problem with an order from the court to order him to just continue to pay my attorney's fees as he pays his own attorney's fees throughout the case with that credit card?
no,
Do you believe it's necessary to have an attorney represent you in this case?
yes,
And did you hire me to represent you throughout this case?
yes,
And do you believe that the work I've done has been reasonable and necessary in representation of you and the issues that you're presenting today?
yes,
We've got in evidence the contract or the engagement letter that you signed for my services, correct?
yes,
And that sets out my hourly rates and my staff's hourly rates. You understand all that, true?
yes.
Do you know what the current work in progress balance is right now?
I have not received a bill, but I'm assuming it's pretty high.
And I think I heard your husband testify yesterday that the fees have been somewhere around $100,000 so far in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
So let me move on. Does your job, is the job you're doing right now, I think you said pays $37,000 a year, correct?
Yes.
And besides asking for child support and the payment of your attorney's fees, are you asking the court to also order some temporary spousal support during the pendency of this case?
Yes.
Have you submitted 2 different financial information statements?
Yes.
And why is that?
One showing what it would cost for me to live in Amarillo versus the cost to live in the greater Houston area.
Okay, I'm going to pull up R19 for a minute and show you that one if I may. Is this the financial information statement if you were living in Amarillo?
I believe so. Yes, this is living in Amarillo.
All right. And so you've listed your income and your husband's gross monthly income, and then you've listed withholdings.
Yes.
I noticed that you say on here withholding for 0. Is that information come from his pay stubs that he produced?
Yes.
So he has, who claims Slayton as a dependent?
We do.
All right. And you get child credit for that?
Yes.
Yet, so would it be fair to say he's over withholding?
I would assume so.
I mean, he has at least 4 to 5 dependents, correct?
Correct.
So he could withhold for fewer, right?
True.
Do you guys get a refund every year?
In years past, mostly yes.
Okay. Are you aware of whether you had a refund in 2019?
I do not know the answer to that.
And I see listed on here that you have $5,000 in a financial institution. Is that all the money you have available to yourself?
Yes.
Is that essentially, what money does that represent?
What I have received from working at Noom.
And what do you use that money for?
Anything that is not related to Anniston and Bryston. So to pay for Slayton and Alexis items, to buy stuff for myself, that sort of thing.
Okay. And so I think you testified earlier that you do use the credit card, but you try to keep it to things that are solely related for the benefit of your children.
Yes.
Your younger two. All right. And then I know you're currently living with your parents, but is it your hope? I mean, do you plan to continue living with your parents, or do you want to do something different?
I would love to eventually do something different.
So is this $2,800 here, is this a number based on what it might cost you to rent a place?
Yes, according to hard.com.
Okay, so did you do a search for places up in the Amarillo area near your parents? Is that how you did that to come up with that number? And on all these other numbers, how did you come up with all your other numbers in here? There we go.
A lot of them were comparable to what Bo had listed that he pays current bills and utilities.
Okay. And some of it, did you just have to kind of make an educated guess?
Yes.
All right. Do you feel that you were conservative on these numbers?
In many ways, yes.
Therefore, if you're allowed to live in Amarillo, are you asking that the court, in addition to the child support, order your husband to pay you $613 $1.07 a month, and to compensate you to cover the gap between your income and child support and your needs.
Yes.
And looking at, I'm gonna, one more second. Also, I'm going to show you 20 now, Respondents Exhibit 20. This one is Respondents Exhibit 20, correct?
I don't see it yet.
Okay. Oh, I didn't hit the button. Sorry. There we go. Now, how's that?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so this is your estimation of what it would cost you to live in Fulshire. Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things you're asking for in your request, your requested relief, is that if the court orders that the children be returned to live in Fulshire, that you be given temporary exclusive use and possession of the family home, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that as the primary joint managing conservator, that you and the children should have that home to live in if you're going to have to live down here?
Yes.
So then these numbers are derived again partially from Bo's numbers and from your own estimates. Is that true?
Yes.
But the mortgage number is correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And most of these other numbers are roughly correct.
Yes.
Did you do your best to be as honest as possible about your needs under this scenario?
Yes.
In addition to that, I've noticed you haven't listed like health insurance or car insurance, things like that. You're hoping that the court will order your husband to keep paying maintaining the health insurance and car insurance and things of that nature, both on you and the children?
Yes.
And under this scenario, in addition to the $2,300, you're asking the court to order your husband to pay you $1,824.45 a month to maintain kind of the same lifestyle the children had when you were in the home. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, we saw, I don't know how, I'm trying to get through this pretty quick, but we saw a lot of photos from Bo, lots and lots of photos of the kids and him. And you were in some of them, right?
Yes.
Did you look through those photos?
I did.
And a lot of the pictures didn't have you in them.
Correct.
In almost every single one of the photos that you were not in, who was the person taking the picture?
Me.
Okay, so as a family, y'all did things and you took pictures like every other family, right?
Correct.
And so just for a second, if I may, real quick. I'm going to show you Respondents Exhibit 3. Tell me what that's a picture of.
This is a picture of my 4 kids plus my daughter's fiance.
Okay, and so that's fairly recent?
Yes.
And whoops, what have I done? Can y'all see this one?
Yes.
Who's that little beautiful girl?
That's Aniston.
And same little beautiful child.
Yes.
She is again. So I noticed that a lot of these are like all pictures of her so far, all pictures of her birthday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you presenting these photos, ma'am, to show just what an involved mom you are? Or are you
Yes.
offering them just so the judge can kind of see the beautiful kids that we're talking about today?
Both.
I mean, you have a ton more pictures than this, I would guess, right?
Almost 8,000 or 9,000 on my phone.
Okay. Did you feel it was necessary to put in hundreds and make a collage to impress the judge today?
No, sir.
We've been through, I'm going to go through a few other exhibits here. Can you see this one?
It's pretty small. Okay, that's better.
I've blown it up as big as I can.
Okay.
So I'm showing you a text message that is, Exhibit 4. And can you tell me the purpose of showing the court this text message?
Let's see. This is where Bo was telling me that he had started therapy and that she didn't help him.
Okay. And had you and he had a lot of discussions about why he needed therapy?
Yes.
And you have a belief that your husband may have a diagnosable mental health
Yes.
problem, correct?
That's
And
correct.
what is your concern?
He has many traits of narcissistic personality disorder.
Okay. I'm not asking you to diagnose him. I'm just asking you, what is your concern? That he might be narcissistic?
Yes.
So he actually agreed to go to to a counselor to learn if he had narcissistic personality disorder, NPD,
Correct.
but he never actually did that, did he?
No.
He kept telling you he would, but he didn't.
Correct.
All right. So this text message, let me move to the next one. Oops, going the wrong way. I think well, instead of reading all these to the court, I'm just going to leave it to the court to, as part of judge making his decision. I'll let him read they're in evidence. He can read them, correct? They speak for themselves. So let's move down. Judge, I am going to be moving on to R5, which is the one that has not been agreed to. And I don't believe it's a medical record, but I think Mr. Adams thinks it is. So this may be the one you don't want to publish until you've seen it first.
All right, if you can lay the predicate for it, and then we'll get it offered and determine whether or not it's coming in.
Okay. Ma'am, do you know what R5 is, Teresa?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you tell the court what R5 is?
If my memory serves me correct, it is, can I look at my exhibits on my screen to look at it? Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed to look at your exhibits.
Okay. And it's R5?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Without telling us the substance, just tell us what it is.
This is a picture from my laptop that he left open with a counseling session.
With his counseling session?
Yes, online counseling session.
Okay. And is it only the things that he's saying in it and not anything that the therapist is saying back to him?
Correct.
So in essence, it's just his own words on a screen.
Correct.
And does this picture fairly and accurately represent the scene as it was at the time you took that picture?
Yes.
Judge, we would offer R5.
Mr. Adams?
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, if you look at the end of the message, there is a response from who I assume is the therapist, although I don't know. So this is not just his thoughts. Secondly, I would say that Mrs. Nelson hasn't laid the predicate. She said that she took a picture of an open laptop. We have no idea if Bo is the one that authored this material or one of his children or a random person online or anything. So whether it's mental health protected information or not, Mrs. Nelson can't authenticate this. She was not a party to this conversation.
Judges, as you know, authentication is a very low threshold. And if something is what it purports to be, it should come into evidence and then leave it up to the fact finder to determine the weight to be given to it. I could ask her a couple more questions about if she read the contents of it and it couldn't have been anybody else but her husband. But if you want me to, I'll ask those questions.
I'm okay with the authenticity. My issue is there a comment at the bottom of the picture that is from someone else, or because I've got conflicting evidence on that. She says it's all her husband's writing.
Well, let me
I understand that.
Let me hit stop share for a minute so I can look at it off screen. All right, I only want to use, for the purposes of this exhibit, the first page of the exhibit, Judge. I just want to offer the first page of the exhibit, not the entire document. So that one does not have anything from anybody else on it.
All right, Mr. Adams, I understand your objection to the authenticity. Are there any other objections to page 1 of this document?
Well, Your Honor, generally, I would just say that I still think it's a mental health communication. Now, I heard what the court had to say yesterday about how it views that in terms of parenting cases, but I would still object on the record that I think it's a protected mental health communication and that it's privileged and that it should be viewed by the court.
Okay. And Ms. Kern, any you want to weigh in on this at all?
No objections, Judge.
We need to just admit the objections to R5 are duly noted, but R5, the objections overruled. The first page of R5 is admitted. I am going to stop the screen share. Are you going to share this, Mr. Hassan?